This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly.
Good morning. And welcome. At this time, I would like to call the CSU Board of Trustees Fall Retreat to order. Ms. Corral, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Adamson.
Present.
Trustee Aguilar Cruz. Trustee Arambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar.
Here.
Vice Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan.
Here.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Chair Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Present.
Trustee Gilbert Laurie.
Here.
Trustee Kimball. Here. Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez. Trustee McGrory.
Here.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Here.
Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz Morfitt.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez. Speaker Rivas. Trustee Simon. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas.
Here.
Trustee Yi Melikar.
I'm here. Good morning.
Chair Fong, we have a quorum.
Wonderful. And again, welcome and good morning to the CSU Board of Trustees Fall 2023 Leadership Retreat. As we come together for this important convening, this board and the CSU more broadly has arrived at an inflection point. Recent years have brought extraordinary challenges, indeed crises. It was a period unprecedented in the CSU's 62-year history. Emerging from a global pandemic, we were made aware of previously unknown circumstances precipitating a highly problematic chancellor resignation, leading to a very public and very appropriate reckoning of our Title IX and DHR practices, as well as our policies regarding executive transition programs, retreat rights, and letters of recommendation. At the time, we faced a never-before-seen period of transition in presidential leadership across the system. This list, as we all know, is far from complete. It is quite exhaustive. But I want to take a moment to remind and commend this board for its response to these difficult circumstances. We commissioned the most comprehensive Title IX assessment this nation has ever seen. We demanded and adopted improved and clarified policies regarding executive transition programs, retreat rights, and letters of recommendation. We initiated a detailed and research-based external review of our own practices and protocols, resulting in improved communications with the Chancellor's Office staff, university presidents, and the public. And we enhanced new trustee orientation programs, improved procedures for executive leadership searches and reviews, a strengthening of our policy setting practices and planning role, improved and much needed professional support through our redesigned and outstanding Office of the Board of Trustees. And importantly, the development of a new program to regularly assess and continually improve our performance as a board. Again, I commend the board for quick, decisive, effective, and necessary actions it initiated when made aware of these matters. And now, with a dynamic new leader in Chancellor Mildred Garcia, who brings vast and deep experience, remarkable wisdom, compassion, political savvy, energy, and optimism to the role, as well as a unique and solid national perspective of the higher education landscape, we emerge from this period prepared and positioned to move from managing crises to creating opportunities for this extraordinary university system, and more important, for the students that we are so privileged to serve. America's new majority, represented by first-generation students, low-income students, and students of color. And as we pivot from crisis to opportunity, we do so as a fully engaged board, prepared to shift into a mode that is at once reflective and proactive. We are looking to the future and to the issues we know the CSU will need to address. Issues such as maintaining access and affordability, advancing student success while closing equity gaps, advancing student success through other means, and addressing changes in California's demographics, enrollment demand, and student preferences, and moving toward a more sustainable fiscal model. This is the future we face, and we must work strategically to shape it where we can and adapt to it where we must so that we can continue to elevate lives, families, and communities through the transformative power of higher education and at a scale only the CSU can deliver. And we will do this in partnership with Chancellor Garcia and the Chancellor's office staff, as well as with our university presidents and their leadership teams, united by a shared vision for the CSU's bright future. These are the recurring themes you'll notice throughout today's sessions, and allow me to provide a brief overview. Our first session will focus on a review of the national political realities and public policy environment we are currently living in, and what their implications are for institutions of public higher education and the governing boards that oversee them. We will then shift to a comprehensive and candid discussion about this board and its governance structure, from the individual trustee to the collective, engaged full board, its culture, how it is organized, its role within the system, its norms of engagement, and its expectations and responsibilities as a fiduciary. We will also use this session to explore scenarios about challenges we are likely to face in the near future, addressing both potential pitfalls and opportunities for our work as a board. Building upon our discussions of the national public higher education landscape and the roles and responsibilities of an effective board governance structure, Chancellor Garcia will then lead a session outlining her 6-month goals and priorities. Our leadership retreat will then conclude with a session that will give us the opportunity to both reflect on our discussions today, summarizing key themes and important takeaways, and also look forward to our spring retreat and the long-term strategic planning that will propel the CSU into the future as the preeminent system of public higher education in the nation. But before we begin, I would like to invite Chancellor Garcia to share a few words regarding today's convening. Chancellor Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Fong. I, too, would like to echo the Chair both in welcoming all of you to the Board of Trustees Fall 2023 Leadership Retreat, my first with you, and in expressing my gratitude and appreciation for the Board's work in addressing the numerous, unforeseen, urgent, and complex challenges of recent years. Thanks in great part to this work, the CSU stands ready to take full advantage of the opportunities before us. This convening comes at a momentous time, a pivotal time, for those of us dedicated to educating America's new majority, as Chair Fong just described. On one hand, our work is championed like never before and at the highest levels. Just look to our nation's highest ranking education official, U.S. Secretary of Education, Dr. Miguel Cardona. His values, his department's values, they are our values. He has publicly called upon America to embrace a new vision of college excellence, equating excellence in higher education with equity, inclusiveness, social mobility, and student success. He asked higher education to embrace the metrics that matter: college completion, economic mobility, and narrowing gaps in access for opportunity for all Americans. Here in California, Governor Newsom has been a long-standing friend and supporter, recently praising the CSU as the nation's strongest incubator of upward mobility and the nucleus of the California dream. And he has backed those words with action, honoring his commitment of fiscal support to public higher education despite a shortfall in state revenue. But at the same time, our society faces a very serious threat: the dangerous misconception that a college degree for many is simply no longer worth it, and that it's easy to get a job without one. A report released last month by the Public Policy Institute of California shows a growing trend of young people, ages 16 to 24, choosing the workforce over school. And nationally, a Wall Street Journal NORC poll published this spring indicates that 56% of Americans believe that a college degree is not worth the cost. Alarmingly, this is not a misconception shared solely by the public. Increasingly, we have seen elected officials and leaders across industry sectors espousing a very similar viewpoint. This mistaken belief is one of the many complex factors contributing to declining enrollment at so many colleges and universities nationwide. It is insidious and pernicious and particularly destructive to our most vulnerable communities, to the communities that we serve. We will discuss this topic in detail later today. For now, I will simply state that this context adds urgency to our work today and thereafter. Our work to continue to build trust among all our communities, trust earned through transparency and accountability, our work in partnership, and together with our university presidents to develop, articulate, advance a shared vision for the CSU. And for the near term and beyond, and our vital work, it will be important to tell CSU's extraordinary story. We must overcome the false and dangerous counter-narrative in order to inspire future generations of diverse and talented Californians, not for our benefit, but for theirs and their families, to drive our state's social and economic prosperity, and to strengthen our democracy against the divisive forces that threaten it. As Chair Fong said, we have extraordinary opportunity before us. Our potential is limitless, and the stakes are very high. Let's go to work, Chair Fong. I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chancellor Garcia, for your remarks and vision for not only today's important discussions, but for the work ahead for this board. At this time, it is once again my pleasure to introduce two extraordinary higher education leaders who have been an integral and indeed consequential partner in this board's work over the past 18 months. They are no strangers to this board, and we are grateful to have them as our board consultants. They are Roberta Achtenberg and Jane Wellman, joining us for the fall retreat. This morning, Roberta and Jane will be facilitating our first session, Navigating Higher Education's Opportunities and Challenges, Implications for the CSU Board of Trustees. Chancellor Garcia's remarks a moment ago provide the ideal transition to this session. Indeed, higher education is at a momentous time, with the value of a college degree being the subject of debate, not only among the public, but among elected officials as well. Jane will pick up this topic with a detailed exploration of national trends in public opinion regarding higher education, as well as discussion of the associated implications for governing boards. Roberta will then address a number of specific issues of significance arising across the country, including, among others, the appointment of activist trustees to advance a conservative agenda in Florida, Donald Trump's plan for a free national online university, and the competing pressures on free speech, campus safety, and student well-being, which colleges and universities nationwide are grappling amid the Israel-Hamas war. These are vitally important and timely topics. So let's begin without any further delay. Jane, I turn it over to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you very much. Did I press the right button? I can almost see everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you again, and I'm signaling the gentleman at the end. I'll make eye contact if you want to. If I forget to say this later, let me say what a pleasure it has been for me at this stage in my life to have the opportunity to work with this board. Individually and collectively have done something I haven't seen done often or well in higher education, which is to take a hard look at yourselves and ask about the role that you play and what you need to do in the future. It's important work. I think you do it well, and you're going to do it better. So I'm feeling very good about the hands that this great institution is in. And commend your work. I think we've got about an hour for this session. My hope is to run through some quick data snapshots. It's not going to be a granular presentation. I'm going to hit themes here that surface from the research over the past 50 years, really, about higher education and how it is perceived by the public and where it sits in public policy. This will be a bit of a downer presentation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the counter argument about the positives for higher education. I think they're known to you. And the most important trend has been the shift in public opinion about higher education over the years, from a broad social consensus about the role of higher education in our society that existed at the time the master plan was first put together, to where we are now. And this is not something that's happened overnight. The recent partisan tone, the recent divisiveness has sharpened in the last 5 years. But there was a path that got us here over a 30-year period of change in public perception and the role of higher education. Let me say just a couple things about opinion research. I know many of you work with it, and this is a sophisticated audience, but let me say there are problems with opinion research. The data sets change over time. It's hard to get a precise answer to the same question over a 20, 30-year period. The answers to questions will differ depending on how they're asked, when they're asked, whether they're before an election, whether they're after a hurricane. Higher education will be the most important issue one year, and then the next year is healthcare, the next year it's defense. So things move. I've found talking to academics, and mostly you're not academics, but there's pressure for you to act like the academics. Academics tend to argue with it by saying that's not true. And there are lots of things about public opinion that are factually incorrect. The public also has no trouble holding what seem to be contrary views about the same thing at different times. And so those things, academics will say, well, you're being inconsistent, and let's prove what you're wrong about that. Let's tell you how you're wrong. And I urge you to resist that argument of just saying this isn't true and therefore we need to tell them the good story, because the perceptions are reality and they reflect something. In most cases, there's something there. And rather than saying that's not true, I think it's important to listen underneath it to try and get at what's being said. Most of what I'm going to be telling you today is national opinion research from published polls. There's 2 or 3 places that have been doing this over a period of time. The Pew Trusts, Gallup, Public Agenda have been in it for a long time. But I'm also going to be throwing in some things that come out of focus group research that isn't published. There's a lot of work that's done about public opinion that is done by institutions for their own marketing or whatever. And so I'm aware of that, and I'll pull some of that in there too. So let me start sort of in the beginning. The major themes here, if I can click, here we go. The major themes, and this is, it started at the time of the tuition increases that began in the 80s. with concern about cost and the rising cost of college. That has morphed into larger questions about value. Is it worth it? Is it worth it economically? Is it worth it to society? Is the quality any good? And now we're getting questions of values. I'm going to decode all of this in just a second, but keep that general pattern in your head as I talk about it. The issue of values, it gets to questions of institutional values, institutional decision-making priorities, institutional decision structures. And that has coalesced in the current environment, as we'll spend time talking about, into a critique of higher education governance that's sharper than I've ever seen it. And that's very much of concern. So let's go in the beginning. In the beginning, when the master plan was created, there was a very broad social consensus about higher education. Of course, at that time, only 20% of the population had access to higher education. Nonetheless, it rooted in American beliefs about education and democracy and the public good. Very strong feeling that this is a social good. It's good for society. It's good for democracy. We want to have an educated population who can ask questions and who can read. It's a route to economic opportunity. Our country has always made education its primary vehicle for social mobility. We don't have the social support systems that Europe has or other countries. We invest in education as the route to opportunity. There's a belief in opportunity in this country, and it's very strong. And if you look at other countries, the belief that you can always have another opportunity at any point in your life is a very strong theme of American higher education. So opportunity for all who can benefit, who are interested, is very important. There's also a lot of respect historically, and it's latent rather than explicit. I mean, you see it in the policy work, in the importance of institutional autonomy in higher education, and particularly the value of shared governance with faculty and faculty control over the curriculum. It's something that is not confined to elite institutions. This is something that is pervasive in higher education and baked into the governance structures. It's baked into the way we approach quality control and accreditation through quality control through accreditation. We don't have a Ministry of Education. And for many, many years, the courts provided greater deference to colleges and universities over personnel, over affirmative action, over other things because of respect for the faculty being the people who knew the most about the enterprise and not wanting to substitute elected official opinion for expertise of the faculty. And of course, the view of free speech and the role of free speech in society and the famous benchmarks of academic freedom from Justice Frankfurter, in the Dartmouth decision 100 years ago. Institutions need to be free to determine, I'm going to get the quote wrong, I should have looked it up, need to be free to determine what they teach, who teaches it, and how they do it. So those are the benchmarks of academic freedom that we need to protect. Well, fast forward to where we are now. That 49% of Americans think that higher education, the economic benefits of higher education outweigh its costs. So that means 51% don't. You can get different numbers with different polls, but it's been a huge shift. 83% of the public thinks low-income students are being priced out of college. 62% thinks colleges are stuck in the past and don't meet the needs of today's students. This is all from a recent Gallup poll. 72% think the economy is rigged to advantage the already advantaged, and higher education gets caught up in that as a stuck-up institutions advantaged. And there's really growing partisanship about higher education. In the past, when the master plan was written, CSU was essentially 100% funded by the state. There was a $50 a year registration fee. We know what's happened since then. So that's where we are. So real quick, public perceptions of cost. The public sees tuition increases going up faster than income. This is factually true no matter how you slice the data. It's true in the past few years tuition increases have mitigated But incomes dropped at the same time the tuitions dropped, so the gap remains. There is. The 70% believe tuition increases are fueling greater spending in the institution. This is one of those things that's not true, widely believed. The assumption is the public thinks that the reason that institutions are raising tuition is that they're spending a lot more money on things that they don't think are valuable in advancing education. So this gets to a question of institutional priorities and decision-making, among other things. But they believe that the money's going to fancy dormitories, to lazy rivers, to fancy athletics. And of course, if you look around at the athletic conferences and what coaches are paid, then, and that's very widely reported, a whole lot more than faculty salaries are reported, everyone thinks they got a lot of dough. And that's why tuitions are going up. 75% believe that college is too expensive for the average student and that students are being denied opportunity. Arguable on both of those, but that's what people believe. The public opinion research, one strong theme through this is the public does not really distinguish between public and private institutions as a general matter. All of the things that we know, the tribal differences between a research university or a private university or a university with an endowment or a community college, it glosses over. Some people know about the institution they went to. They maybe know a little bit about the state universities. I've seen some California opinion research against national research. Californians are slightly more aware of the public sector than is true nationally. Otherwise, the trends pretty much track. So there's the public, as a result of that, the public overstates the cost of education. They think it costs more than it does, and they understate financial aid and the availability of aid. They're confused about how financial aid works. Imagine why that would be the case. There also, the issue of loans. Financial aid has come to mean loans to an awful lot of people. They think grant aid is all merit aid and it goes to someone who, is an athlete or plays the tuba or whatever it is. But they don't know about grant aid, and they think that financial aid means you have to take out a loan, and loans are one of the biggest problems affecting national statistics. And the research shows that one of the factors leading to students deciding not to enroll or apply is fear of loans and fear of debt, and that's particularly strong among the Latino community. And so that's that worry about debt and the fear, I'm not really good enough to do this anyway, I'm not sure if higher ed is for me, I may be, all of the fear of unknown that affects all students, particularly strong in first-gen students. I'm going to give you some statistics about loans that really do not apply in the CSU situation for the most part, but they are so pervasive and so strong on the American mind that I want to call this out. These are, in my opinion, fairly shocking statistics. 69% of all students take out loans. Average undergraduate indebtedness is $30,000. The worst debt is at the graduate level, particularly in medicine and law, where the numbers are just terrible. 40% of all student debt is for graduate education. Master's level, it's $1,000 per student. 1 in 4 adults are paying off student loans. Current student debt is greater than mortgage debt, greater than credit card debt. It's a big number. And if you go into the statistics on defaults, which I won't belabor with you, it gets worse. The number of students who go into default, why they go into default, what happens to them when they go into default. Small wonder that students hear this and are afraid of it. I mean, it's a scary situation. I'm going to switch now away from costs. So the cost critique is the loudest one. It continues to this day. But we now have, that has morphed into questions of the value of higher education. Is it worth it? Most opinion research on value and the value of college devolves into being about economic value of higher education. Does it pay off to the individual? freshman surveys show that the number one reason most students go to college is to get a better job and to make more money. So it is not surprising that, they want to know if it works. Was it worth it? Did I get a job? Did I get a decent job? The lifetime earnings for college graduates, the income bump, the line on the bottom, 1980, 2000s in the middle, 2020s at the top. There's no question, again, no matter how you slice and dice the data, there is a strong economic benefit to the individual from a college education, and it has grown over time. It's shrunk a little bit in the last few years, but it is still a substantial increase. Of course, the numbers are different depending on what kind of job an individual gets or the region where they live, but there's no question that there is a strong economic benefit. There's also very strong societal benefits that derive from the economic benefit in terms of economic activity, innovation, and all the residual benefits of having people with degrees and what they do for the economy. But the public has started to question whether it's worth it. The majority now believe that higher education is still the best investment for people who want to succeed and get ahead, but they're questioning whether it's worth it. And we're now about half the public, depending on how you count it, arguing it's not worth it. And a big reason they're saying it's not worth it has to do with loans and the fear of loans. But the confidence in higher education as a social institution and as a social good, there used to be a belief that we're all better off if more people have access to higher education, that if some of us are better off, all of us are better off. There was that sort of sense of community and mutual responsibility is very much eroded in this society, and the confidence in higher education as a good thing has really diminished. You can see this is Gallup, and they snapshotted this in 2015, 2018, 23. The percentage who think that higher education, this is a broad-based question about confidence in higher education. Do you have confidence that higher education is good? Went from 28% to 17%, and I won't read off all the rest of that. You can see it. And I think, you've got the slides in your pack. To see that big a drop in 10 years is a big deal in public opinion research. Usually it takes a while for things to move that fast. That tells me that this is being driven not entirely by, quote, performance or by objective reality, but by messaging. And so I think you see the impact of messaging on public opinion starting to come into the numbers. I don't say that to be, conspiratorial, but I do believe it to be true. The question of value of higher education is of course, not just about the economic benefits. And there's been the question of the quality of education and whether the degree is worth it, whether the degrees are meaningful, whether the curriculum has got content, has been a critique for a long time. And like many things in higher education, it started within higher education and came from the faculty. Who argue about these things and have strong views, and there's always been a concern about the direction of the curriculum and whether making room for new ideas and new subjects is crowding out attention to the basics, and are we ignoring the basics and doing too many frills? But the critique of quality has gotten much louder in the past 20 years and certainly in the past 10 years. That's coming from places like the Dartmouth Review, but this is where you start to see the think tanks and the number of the mostly DC-based think tanks who have been questioning the quality of higher education, questioning the curriculum, and a lot of this in this environment, and Roberta will get into this, and I know you know this, has now devolved into questions about wokeness and diversity, equity, inclusion, and whether or not there are too many majors that are, first of all, they don't get kids jobs, but they lack content. And I think the National Association of Scholars periodically does surveys of what college graduates know, and they ask them questions like, how the seasons change and where the sun is and at things I do not know. I can't even remember the questions. And questions about their Constitution and the structure of government, and questions that are sort of great books kinds of questions. I never did know how the seasons work, so I would have flunked their quiz. So there's that noise in there as well. Let's see. What else did I want to say? This is where I think the question about shared governance and the assumption that the faculty are the experts who know the most about what the curriculum ought to look like has been coming into question. And the belief that if you leave higher education to the insiders, you're just going to see more of the same, and that we need to have change in higher education, we need to have rigor, and we need to think about how to enforce that from outside of the institution. So the pillars of governance and the givens about institutional independence and the deference to the expertise of professionals is really quite eroded in this environment. This is from the Pew Research Center. This one I think is both negative and positive. Notice colleges and universities still have a stronger positive than many other social institutions. Churches, colleges and universities, I read that backwards. College and universities have a very strong negative, 72% questioning. There's 36% that are positive. But all the other social institutions have also eroded. And there's other polls, I didn't bring in all of them, that show higher education actually is, the public trusts the institution more than they trust Congress, more than they trust attorneys, more than they trust insurance companies. The biggest negatives in this environment are to the media, news media, which the public is saying is very bad. So the trust in the institution is down. I think that there's a generalized erosion of trust in institutions. It's not just about higher education. But the growing critique, particularly among Republicans, is very concerning. I think you can see what this says. The percentage of Republican and Republican leaners who say that colleges have a positive effect on the way that things are going in our society, 18% drop among the Republican and leaning Republican in just a 10-year period. That's a bad number. And again, I think what that tells me is that this is message driven. This is, but it is what it is. This, I probably should have showed this earlier. This poll, the percentage of the public who think that colleges care about their own bottom line, college as a business, college is what's good for us, what we need for our salaries, what we need for our sustainability, versus what's best for the public or for students. And so there is a sense that the colleges care more about their own preservation and about protecting themselves fiscally than they care about taking care of students and providing a high-quality education. And this is important because some of the research also shows that although the public critiques all tuition increases reflexively automatically, that's not a good thing. If the public knows why the tuitions are going up and what the money is going for, then that softens quite a bit. And so the whole reality of what's driving tuition increases and where the money is going, why it's important, is something that I think is a toehold worth exploring a little bit. I'm going to wrap up here. I didn't go too long. Just to reiterate the positives, because it is important to remember them, even though I dwelt on the negatives. Both Republicans and Democrats continue to believe in opportunity for all. That is a very strong belief, all age groups, particularly older. Most things, the older population's less liberal, not in this case. There's a widespread belief that this is good for the individual, and if you want to do it, you will benefit from it. There's very strong positives from alumni surveys. If you want to get good news about higher education, you can get it by surveying recent alumni. And overwhelmingly, the feedback from people who actually have gone to college recently is very, very positive. It's actually not that positive for proprietary institutions, but for all other institutions, very positive. And the positives are particularly strong in regional public universities where students think they got a good deal. They think they got a good education and they got it for a fair price. So if you talk to people who've experienced it, you'll get stronger positives. And it does pay off. College does pay off. It pays off for the individual. It pays off for society. All the statistics on social mobility, health, voting patterns, volunteerism, it's just higher among college graduates. So the civic good and the things that accumulate into a healthy society and make community, and I don't mean to say people who don't have college degrees don't participate in their community, that's not, but nonetheless, the things that coalesce into healthy communities all correlate with college. There's a lot of research that I haven't gone into here about the effect of colleges on local economies, very strong positives. Colleges in many parts of the country are the biggest employers. They drive local economies, particularly small towns. All those colleges in the Midwest that are objectively, have lost their student population, nobody wants to close them because that's it. That's what keeps Ohio alive. And northern Wisconsin and all these places where the colleges are the community. So there's when you have colleges in your communities, overwhelmingly, it's a very positive view. And so colleges do have very high trust levels relative to other institutions, just not what it used to be. It's not what it used to be. So I'll stop here. My suggestion to us as we start working through this is, what aspects of this are most authentic as it relates to CSU that you think maybe you want to pay attention to? Also, what pieces of this would you like to see more recent and more granular research? I gave you very top-level, generalized stuff, and it may be on some of this that you want to drill further and that we can put together a to-do list of things to try and suggest greater research gets done. And then I think it is important to dialogue a little bit about the role of the policy influencers in this environment, because in my perception, both on the liberal side and on the conservative side, it's not all negative partisanship. The foundations and policy influencers have a very strong role right now in shaping public policy about education, and I think in shaping public opinion about higher education. So in thinking about audience and thinking about message, it's worth trying to tease that one apart. I don't know the answer to that question, but that's not my job. So back to Chair Fong.
Thank you so much, Jane. I had asked Jane to talk about trends and national opinion, because this is the world that the CSU is living in, and what we as a board, how are we going to address this? How are we going to be working with the chancellor's office, with facing these questions of cost and value? So I'd love to open this up to the board. We have about 45 minutes to discuss this. To what extent do we think these themes are relevant for our work in California? And what are the strengths that we as the CSU can tell our CSU story about? So, Lily.
Thank you so much. That was an incredible, concise, but really overreaching. I mean, you covered a lot in that amount of time. I personally would like to see, and maybe you can answer if there is more granular data on the value of different kinds of degrees, say STEM versus liberal arts degrees. I think a lot of what you spoke about, the wokeness issue, I mean, it encompasses so many things, but it would be interesting to see the value of, say, a, science degree versus ethnic studies degree.
There's a fair amount of research on that. There's a place at Georgetown Center for Study of Higher Education and the Economy does very good work on that. There's other places too, but I'd go to Georgetown first. And they have shown what you suggested, which is there's a pretty wide range in the payoff from a college degree. So the institutions that are tech heavy, institutions that graduate a number of engineers, institutions that have mostly engineering is the big bump. If you do surveys of those majors, those people, their starting salaries are double or triple what you'll get with a liberal arts degree. So there's a fair amount of research on that wouldn't be surprising, but you can.
Thank you. Leslie.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation. I found it very relevant and really helpful to start a strategic planning thinking with, how do we do it without understanding the environment in which we're operating? So to me, this is a really appropriate way to start out the day. What it makes me think about is, first of all, coming back to something that comes up a lot, which is branding and promoting ourselves. And, to me, I think since a lot of the data and a lot of what's out there, all people hear, as you say, is college worth it? So I think, my suggestion is, how do we go to the heart of that and say the value of a CSU? Like, we have to promote CSU and value together. But of course, we have to be of value. So one is branding. Two is I still believe if you build it, they'll come. So have we done, are we up to date on our own consumer research in terms of what our students and community want most out of an education? So we are giving our community, our students, what they most want. And then I do think we have to, based on what you're saying, still look at cost. And so to me, that's a few things. One, as I think about strategic planning, I think about we're a system. We're here to look at the system as a whole. Is there a magic of 23 campuses? Nothing should be sacrosanct. Like, where can we have economies of scale? Where can we share more operations among campuses and even among our state education system between the UC, the CSU, and the community college? Like, what are we doing by ourselves that how do we bring down costs and deliver the highest quality education? And to me, in this day and age where people are looking most at value, I think we have to, most shrewdly look at our costs, be sure we're most cost effective. And then finally, I think along with that, we have to be fiercer advocates to the state for paying for more of our education. We are a gem in the state, and we are key to the state's economic long-term viability. And if we are the key lever in social mobility, we need to, I think, be less grateful for what the CSU is getting and more fiercely advocate what we know we need to have a top ranking, a top quality institution. So that's kind of where I start thinking about the feedback you give, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just one quick reaction, and that relates to the advocates. All your points, I think, are exactly right. I would say that on the issue of value, I would urge you in talking about the value of CSU, and for all I know you do, I have not done any analysis of how you are communicating about. always link value and quality in some way, either explicitly or implicitly. This is a good value for this. This is a quality degree at a good fair cost. I think that making it only about the economic value and the job placement weakens the argument at some level, even though you've got a strong argument. So that's my only reaction.
And I just, my final point, because I don't have my glasses on, so I didn't see my final bullet point, is, in thinking about the environment we're operating in today, we are operating also in a world of a lot of hate and disappointment and anger. And I think somehow part of our value proposition is thinking about how to put ourselves in the middle of helping to create understanding and collaboration. And so it's quality and it's cost, but it's also being the most relevant to what we think is going to move our society forward.
Thank you, Leslie. Diego.
I'm going to follow Leslie's lead and get my glasses on. Really appreciate this. I especially appreciated how you started, which is when we hear data like this, sitting in the seats we sit in, it can be really easy to want to argue against it and to say, oh, they don't understand. And so I really appreciate your guidance that we should hear this as there is truth underneath this. I think part of what is going to be helpful in getting to the truth underneath this is getting more targeted data on our actual students versus broadly, how do folks think about this? Because I certainly agree with what you raised, Jane, that the perception and reality of what it costs to go to a private institution and to come to a public institution are wildly different. Whereas the value that those connote on the back end often isn't all that different, is my assumption. But I would love to see that. I know that in California, we are creeping closer to a system that will actually allow us to follow students from K-12 to higher ed into the workforce. And so I think we are close, and I hope in our new student success work group, we might actually begin to put in pieces that can help us begin to measure so that we can truly begin to say, this is the impact that a public student in California who went to a public university then goes into the workforce and allows us to better storytell. And I think storytelling is a critical component of this. And to do that, we need more data. That being said, you appropriately said that one of the best places to go to get great stories is our alumni. I might imagine one of the worst places to go is to go to the students who started with us and didn't finish with us. And I think we also need to collect their stories and then grow from that.
Yep.
Because the reality is we have too many students who start with us, take on some amount of debt, or even if they're not taking on debt, they have lost the potential earnings and don't have the transformative impact of a degree. And so I think we need to take those stories, understand those, shift so that more and more students are getting through with a degree. But then also, I just think we need to honor, I want us to hear our alumni story. I also want us to hear the stories of the students who started and didn't finish. And then I'm gonna say last, but I reserve the right to jump back in because I think about this stuff a lot and really appreciate it. I also think I find myself wondering whether in a moment like this, storytelling alone is going to shift us back to the enrollment and trust in public institutions and in this institution in particular. And so it makes me really begin to wonder, what should we as an institution be doing to think about our offerings differently, right? What sorts of degrees and credentials and certificates are we providing? What barriers stand in the way of us doing that? So I really think we need to take this moment to also be thinking about, we for the longest time have adhered to the master plan, and we offer a set of 4-year degrees, we offer a set of masters, we now offer a limited set of PhDs. Is there a different set of things we now need to begin offering that are more responsive that allow more people to see the value, et cetera. So that's one set of questions. And then the second is, and Leslie, I think you named this so well, to ensure that we're doing everything we possibly can, we need to be, for lack of a better term, bending the cost curve internally. So finding the things that we're doing right now that actually aren't providing the most value for young people, and then finding ways to try and streamline those things, stop doing some things such that we can start doing more things that are aligned. I think we have in the past done a lot with GI 2025, and I'm so proud of our growth there. I think as a board, I would posit that we probably have a stronger role to play in this next iteration of the student success, to ask schools, to ask each one of our campuses, okay, great, from all of our high impact practices, from the things we know that are moving us closer, which of those are you doing? And what things might you stop doing to allow you? Because we can always say, well, if I just had more money. And the reality is we may not have a whole bunch more money. And one place we have money is in the things we spend on today. Some of those things are not leading to the impact. And so that is, I think, a second thing we're going to have to do as we do this. I'll stop.
Thank you so much, Diego. I'm going to go to Jose.
A couple of questions. Has there ever been like a survey done about what Californians think about the higher education system in California, the public education system? Has that happened before? Do we know?
I've seen private research. I've not seen public research recently. The research I've seen is, actually it was, and it's data, it was 10 years ago, is national surveys compared to California-specific surveys. And I mentioned briefly, California reactions on those things 10 years ago tracked pretty well. It's not granular. I don't think it's good enough. I think it'd be good to know more.
I mean, all of us have been, at one point or another, talked about storytelling and branding and messaging, and it was really great to see. And Dr. Garcia's goals, that was like number 3, right? But I'm just thinking about what does this state know about its largest public school system? And I think that's actually an important question to ask, because I know for me, I had to like really educate all the nieces and nephews and the cousins about why a CSU education is of value, right? And why it makes sense. And then when I go to the website, to help me figure that out, I couldn't really go anywhere. Could I just like download a tip sheet or anything like that that would be helpful? Even the talking points. Right? Yeah. And I can only imagine if I did that last spring, when the graduations were starting to happen, how many other families are going through that. And especially because so many of our students are first generation, there is a lot, there's a lot of distinction that people don't make between public, private, community college, Cal State, UC, and a lot of the stereotypes around that, right? Like that a UC education is more valuable than a Cal State education. And then of course I have to push back and say, well, let's define value. Like, what do we mean by that? I think there's a lot of, I want to know more about what the public knows. And I actually think that could be an interesting partnership with a media organization or a philanthropic organization, like the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, or like, Heising Simons Foundation does a lot of public education. So there's something there that I think we could really activate around.
Very quick comment. It's quite likely that there's something out there I'm not aware of. So, you may not have to invent it all here. What I am aware of from earlier research in California is that the public sees public higher education kind of bimodally. UC and community colleges. They're very proud of community colleges. They know that the community colleges are there for everybody. That's a strong positive. They know about UC. And it's UC, it's not just the reputational. UC, the University of California is the state #1 employer. It's because of the hospitals. Yeah. I mean, UC is a huge thing in addition to its educational and research function. So people know about UC. And CSU is sort of a beige in between. And so I think absolutely it's the case that it's not as distinct in people's minds.
Thank you. I have Chris, Darlene, and then Jack McGrory. Chris?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for this presentation because, the comments have been excellent, and I just want to build on a couple of them. Diego's comment about data. I think we really need to be very transparent about our data. It has to be actionable data. It can't, be 5 years from now because that's what's going to change these outcomes pieces. In the K-12 world, for many years, it was college, 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 and then people forgot about careers. And now the new theme is for the last 10 to 12 years has been college and career. And so we really need to look at those industry, driven options here in California, and they're regional. And as everyone has said so far, we're going to have to think very differently. We can't offer everything to everybody. It can't be region. We may have to say certain regions will only offer X, Y, and Z. I agree with you, Diego, that some of the things we're going to have to be more. I don't know what the right word is, but here's the list. You had to choose from this list instead of it being like this. But I also believe this is the best opportunity we have to flatten the system. And I'm talking from P to 16. We don't have a lot. We have a wonderful system in California, but they operate in their own silos. We have wonderful regional partnerships up and down the state. I happened to be blessed for decades to be in one here in Long Beach, but that shouldn't be the outlier. We need all of the campuses. As we've heard over and over, we're a system. So we don't want to take away innovation and autonomy, but we're a system that really has the greatest power to change the lives of the students that we serve. And the number of students in the K-12 that are qualifying to go to the system is increasing every year. So we can't let them go out of the state, for example. We can't let them go. I mean, I was guilty of this. I have a wonderful school on the CSU Dominguez campus. Those kids, unbelievable. They all walk out as sophomores in college. One year they were the highest number of kids going to MIT. They shouldn't have to go across the nation to go to a premier engineering program. They should stay here in California. And so it's those kind of things I think we have to think differently so that we can drive the engine.
Chris, can I have you address what you mean and the possibilities of how to flatten it, K through 16? Absolutely.
So Nathan and others know this is my pet peeve. So there is no reason we aren't offering, we as a CSU, on our dime and in collaboration with dimes, more dual enrollment in high school. I was blessed. So for example, Long Beach Unified is only one of 3 school districts in California where we have a 4-year math requirement. Remember, we had this big debate here about that. Okay. So what we did with the University of Long Beach, we offered for those kids who met Algebra 2, which is the requirement, and didn't want to take calculus or whatever, we offered them on our dime to take the Math 103 or Math 130, whatever the course is, at Cal State Long Beach. So they had taken that as seniors on our campus, as well as at the university. There's all these opportunities that you could. Engineering is a prime example, nursing, all these prerequisites that kids can take, because as a first-gen student, a lot of kids don't feel that they're college material. Once you take that first class and you do well in it, then you say, hey, I am college material. We did that with ethnic studies. Long Beach Unified has a partnership with CSU. Long Beach, around 800 kids a year take ethnic study courses taught by the professors here in Long Beach and get college credit. So it's those kinds of things I'm saying is break those walls down as juniors and seniors, and it could be based around career, it can be, whatever we choose, but we have an unbelievable opportunity with the brain trust that we have between all 4 levels of institutions.
Thank you, Chris. Darlene.
Thank you, Chair Fong. I really appreciated Dr. Wellman's presentation and data as she contexted the power of education and value to society. As I listened to her speak and I listened to the follow-up comments from my trustee colleagues, my takeaway in listening to all of this is that the CSU system has been and will continue to be an asset to the state of California, the nation, and the world, as we continue to be the people's university. And what I mean by that is, as I listen to the comments, is we need to be innovative in a way that we are relevant, and I emphasize the word relevant, to the individual students that we serve for the public good. And we need to do this in collaboration and not isolation, in working with the communities from which the students come from and will go to, as well as the businesses and industries which support them. I also think as we look at the CSU system in higher education, especially as a public university, and looking at the return on investment, is that we need to keep in mind several considerations. It's not just a matter of what we teach our students. It's not just a matter of what they know. It's not just a matter of the curriculum. It's a matter of making sure that curriculum is innovative, that it meets the changing needs of society. You know, technology is in. We need to look at the modalities in which we're providing the information. We need to be looking at the linkages that we have with the community. We need to look at how we are setting our students up for success from the classroom into the workplace. Career preparation is so important. We need to really look back at the high impact practices, you know, before the pandemic, and look to see how we can leverage opportunities for our students while they're in the classroom making the transition into the workforce. And I also think that it's really important as we look to do that is be mindful about the collaborative work that students can do, not only from learning off campus, but on campus. And that is to say, learning from their faculty, working on research projects, working on publications, working on grant opportunities. Why not have campus teams do that? I also question the need for multiple degrees, similar degrees across campuses, or why campuses can't leverage themselves by identifying 1 or 2 degree programs that make them shine in their particular area and really kind of address the needs of the community right there that needs them. And last but not least, I have to tell you, and we know this, sometimes it's not a question of what you know, but who you know. So we really need to introduce our students to the people in the workforce, but we need to bring the workforce people into our campuses. We need to bring business people. We need to bring industry people who are in a position to offer our students internships or jobs onto our campus. So I think career preparation is really important too. So thank you, Jane, for your presentation.
So Darlene, I'm going to react to some of the things that you're saying, that I believe that as a board we agree with you. But if we as a board step into some of those things that you're talking about, the faculty would feel that we are impinging in that role. So how do you think that that is going to, how should we go about doing this?
I think that we have the tenets of shared governance that the Academic Senate CSU has worked on very hard over the last several years with the Chancellor's Office and with the board. And I think that is something that we can take a look at. I think when it comes to curriculum, I think that the faculty are willing to and able to work with different constituents, both on the campus and throughout the system. And I think it's just an opportunity for us to maybe look at what we need to do and have those conversations and agree to sometimes disagree, but also look to see how we can leverage our system to be the best for our students. Because after all, we're all here because of the students. So if we keep that first and foremost, I think we can do it.
Great, thank you. I am going to call upon Jack McGrory, then it'll be Raji, Jack Clark, Doug, and Diego. Jack McGrory?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I worked on at San Diego State in a prior career, and now it's coming to fruition, is to look at some of our degree programs, graduate and undergraduate, and figure out if we can offer joint degree programs and eliminate some courses. So, for example, it's at state, a public administration major now can now sign up for a BA program, and also at USD at the same time for a JD law school program. And by doing so, they eliminate 1 year out of that process because it's such an overlap in courses. And to what you were saying, Wanda, somehow this public university faculty and a private university faculty, rich and snobby, got together and made this thing work. I mean, we had to drive it a little bit, but I think there's so many opportunities like that to make the system more efficient and get our kids degrees that in a shorter period of time that are quality degrees. Second thing I would say is going to some of Jane's themes. When we did the initiative campaign for San Diego State and Mission Valley, there was a competing ballot to buy the same land, a competing ballot measure run by a hedge fund out of New York. And we hit all the same negative themes that Jane was talking about. And we had to do our own market research and figure out what themes would sell on behalf of the university to persuade the voters to vote at a higher level for the San Diego State project than this hedge fund project. And one of them was the big one, I know the business community and a lot of the citizenry really liked, was the economic impact. We were going to expand the university by 15,000 students. That resulted in a $5 billion a year economic impact. And that was big. And then we sold them on the fact that 1 out of 7 college graduates in San Diego County come from San Diego State. And the education opportunities were being provided to students south of I-8, which is kind of our dividing line in San Diego. And we hammered the positive themes against their negative themes. And I think maybe what we could do is have somebody on the chancellor's office talk to the San Diego State people and figure out, look at the campaign that we ran and figure out how we did what we did against the negativity that came up.
Thank you, Jack. Raji.
Good morning, everyone. Jean, appreciate the presentation. Wonderful information. I think it'd be great if there's any way we have data on when social media usage became at an all-time high, like, early 2000s as it ramped up, and then correlate that with the negative perception of the CSU. I think that it's absolutely crucial for us to change the messaging around the CSU. And I think we have to do a better job of getting to our students. In today's day and age, the phone has become a new appendage. That's how everyone gets their information. And when there's something on marketing, messaging, the algorithm picks it up and it just, whether it's positive or negative, that's all you're going to continue to see. I think it is so crucial that CSU, we should be on Be Real, TikToks, everywhere these new apps are showing up, we should be ahead of that and have that positive messaging, showing students who are being successful, who went to a CSU, being honest about the reality of, we all know that the CSU is the most incredible institution and what it does for somebody's life, but the messaging isn't there. And that negative messaging caught track and it's just spiraled to what we're seeing today. I think it has so much to do with it. And when we look at how do we reverse that or change that, we have to be where our students are and our young folks are. I mean, my children, 10, 11, 12, I mean, everyone around me, they cannot function without their phone and they communicate on these apps that I'm not on. I'm not on Be Real, I don't do Snap, but they are getting constant messaging. And to have the messaging showing the positive to CSU, I think that's something we really, really have to look at. And we've done this in the business sector, in the different corporate brands we own. I've had different brands who over time, some did well because they caught the social media wave on time, where the other brand was playing catch up. And literally all the research brought it back to that we did not get to social media on time. And we're always playing catch up. So anyways, I just wanted to share that. It was really enlightening to hear all this. I don't say it makes me feel good, but we need to know the truth. And only when we do that can we move forward with a plan to change it. And I think it has everything to do with the messaging, a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, Raji. Jack Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. Actually, I want to say amen to what Trustee Berard just said. You kept using the term messaging, and I'm going to say something, but I don't mean it to be adversarial, certainly to anybody here or to anybody in the community. But I'd like to get more specific information concerning what this messaging is, because if somebody's talking about us bad, I'd like to know who it is. As I said, I do not mean that in an adversary way. I'm just for information. And it plays into anecdotally things I've heard in talking with various stakeholders. I still hear about specific campuses that we're just a hidden gem. Mm-hmm. And then, Jane, in your comment just a few minutes ago, that CSU is a beige in between. That breaks my heart. And Chancellor, I hope one of the things during your term as Chancellor, one of your most sterling accomplishments or golden accomplishments will be that the CSU will never be seen as a beige in between again. So to sum up, I really would like to know what this messaging is so that we can use the talents and the resources we have to provide proper information to the community.
Thank you so much, Jack. Doug.
Well, in response to Jack on messaging and kind of, Leslie and Raji and Jose have talked about messaging. This isn't what I actually was planning to talk about, but there's an old thing in persuasion research of what really helps get the message out and helps people realize that they should do what you'd like them to do. And there's a three-word cliche, fact, advantage, benefit. And the idea is in messaging that just saying that we have 23 campuses and we're the largest university in America is a fact, but that doesn't help people say, I got to go there. So fact is what we're about. Then advantage is those 23 campuses and all those students and all that faculty and all that learning enables us to provide a great education for our students. And again, that's sort of abstract. But the final thing is fact, advantage, benefit is how is all this going to affect you? And how is this going to benefit your life? And so we know what those benefits are. We've talked about it here. But again, I think maybe sometimes we don't make that final link about why you should come here, because what's going to happen to you is your life. We've seen all those statistics. Of course, they're going to have a much better life. And not just economically. I cringe a little bit sometimes when people couch higher education into the vocational school concept. Being a better citizen, critical thinking, all those issues, you get that coming here. But what is the benefit that's going to help people realize they got to come here? And so once we have those specific benefits to reach out and say, this is how your life is going to be better and why you should come here. And then as Jose was talking about on the website, that's the first thing you see, you should see. When you're a student and you come to the website to say, what's this all about? We should be saying, here's how we're going to change your life. Here's how your life is going to be better than your family's life. So those fact, advantage, benefit, if we harp on benefit as a message, that's always, and of course the repetition is so important. It's the reason that we all get really irritated when we're watching a football game or something and it goes to commercial break and we see a commercial for some product, and then within 60 seconds the same commercial comes on again. But that's repetition and it's driving you there. So in all our messaging, in Chancellor Garcia's public appearances, doing that kind of public outreach to the media, and having that same message and driving it home again and again and again, that benefit. I think that's the message. But that's not what I wanted to actually ask. There's a few of us on this board who can sort of have the hazy memory of the 60s and the Vietnam era. And what I remember is that in California, at least, now the electorate's obviously very different, but the University of California and, education was a big, big target of politicians. And what's going on in Florida right now and in other parts of the country remind me so much of that era. The governor at the time targeted the University of California, and I think, if I recall, the president of San Francisco State faced off against the students and was so successful in showing a tough backbone to put down these radical liberal students that he ended up being elected to the U.S. Senate for California. It was only one term, and he was famous for falling asleep in the Senate hearing. But regardless, this just seems familiar. And so my question, Jane, is, is there something of a cycle here? Is this what happens, and politicians? And how did we get out of that? Because obviously higher education returned to the respect that it had in earlier times after all that, in order to come down again from those numbers that you were just showing us. So is there any kind of cycle? Is there any kind of recommendation about what we should do looking back at what was done then that eliminated or at least tempered those kinds of negative targeting of higher education in that era?
It's a really good question, and I don't have a quick answer. It would appear that this is cyclical. It certainly is the case that higher education always will be in the middle of if there are culture wars, we're going to be in the middle of them. And there was one then, and there's one now. So anytime you have these kinds of extraordinary pressures on society, that occurred with the Vietnam War, that occurred after 9/11, that are occurring now, you're going to see it play out in the colleges and universities, as they should be. I mean, that's the way it is. I don't know that the negative messaging about higher education from the Governor Reagan years ever entirely turned around. I certainly don't think that it took a person or persons to turn it around. I think things calmed down. The moment shifted. The country moved on to something else. So it never totally goes away. But I don't know that that's the right answer. And it's certainly something to think about. I think that the role of social media and the messaging and how very rapidly negative messages become repeated is something that didn't exist then, obviously. It was much more of a gentleman's conversation in those days, and I mean the women weren't at the table. And so, you could get the 5 people who mattered in a room, and they could sort of work things out. That doesn't happen anymore. So I don't know.
So we have about 10 minutes before we're going to take a break. So we have Diego, Leslie, Larry, and Jose, and I would like to have the chance to wrap up. All right, Diego.
All right, I'll try and be quick. I promise that last time I said it wouldn't be my last comment, or it might not be, it wasn't. Darlene, thank you for your comments, totally agreed. I'm going to name 2 things that stem from what you shared. The first is the need to build social capital, especially for so many first-generation students who are attending our university, is critical, and at the moment feels like a missed opportunity. It's part of the reason I think so many of our young people who come and get a degree don't necessarily then aren't able to leverage that degree into the personal economic transformation that we would hope to see. We have a great example right here inside of our system happening at Fullerton. I think it's called the Social Capital Academy. There is really great work happening at Johns Hopkins with the Life Academy, I think it's called. But there is stuff we could be doing and spreading further that I think would help young people who are getting a degree on the back end use that to actually then get into the workforce in transformative ways. That a college degree alone, I had college educated parents who were able to help me figure out how to use my college degree to affect in the workplace that for so many of our students, they don't. So I think that's something we need to be doing. That's first. Second, I just can't say this firmly enough. I agree that we need to message this better. If we only talk about this as a messaging battle, we miss the fact that there are real kids who attend, real young people who attend our schools who we are failing. Full stop. And if we just keep talking about this like, oh, we just need to message it better, then it's like we are going to come across as tone deaf because there are real kids who started at a CSU who many of us may know them and didn't graduate. And so they're like, you're telling me this place is transformative, but it wasn't for me. There are real kids who graduate from our schools with degrees from our schools who have actual debt and are underemployed. And that way we failed them and it wasn't transformative for them. I'm not saying that to say that what we're doing on the whole is not good. It is phenomenal. We are providing a huge resource to the state and to so many individuals. And there are some who we are not. We need to know those stories. And we need to fix that too, because one of the best ways to fix messaging, I thought about this, Raji, when you were speaking about like, how do we get on social media? The people who are loudest on social media are the people with the strongest opinions. And often the people with negative opinions have the strongest opinions. And those who we have failed, and we have failed some students, are going to be the ones most loudly saying, right? Those who went, got a degree, and have a well-paying job and are pretty happy are not on social media being like, oh my God, I love Fresno State, go get them. But those who started at Fresno State, got 2 years, have $30,000 in debt, and now are working at Starbucks are like all up about this and shouting from the rooftops that this wasn't worth it. So one of the ways to combat that is to hear those stories and fix that. And so we need to market better, but marketing better is actually hearing where we're failing and fixing it.
Thank you, Diego. And again, we're eating into our break time. So Leslie, Larry, Jose, Jonathan, and then the Chancellor.
Thank you. I'll make my comment short, and I really agree with everything that everybody has said today, but I wanted to come back because the other thing I forgot to mention when Jane wanted comments on what we responded to, I think beside hearing that the CSU was beige to some people, the thing that most concerned me and that I think underlies almost all of our comments is the comment that there is a sense that colleges care more about preserving the institution than they do about the students. And I think that all our comments today, in a sense, go toward that both substantively and in terms of how we communicate the message. So it seems to me that basically that has to underline all of our approach to everything, to making sure students are at the core of how we make our decisions, rather than just preserving our institution as it is and freezing it in stone. And second, that we communicate that, and it struck me as I was thinking about, something that hasn't been said is public comments are another way that I think we miss an opportunity to communicate. Maybe it's at the beginning, maybe it's at the end, that what we hear. And it's not responding to comments or anything like that, but is there an opportunity to humanize ourselves even as we listen to comments, to be able to better communicate we hear what you're saying, even if it's summarizing some of the highlights in the closing comments. But I think we should just look at every aspect of our board meetings, the op-ed pieces we put out, our communication, and of course the substance of what we do, and make sure we communicate that it's all about what is to the benefit of our students.
Thank you. Larry.
Well, just want to say that I think that, we as a board need to understand that perception does become reality.
Larry, your mic.
That perception does become reality. And it can be all the facts in the world that we want to portray, but the perception of the public, we need to listen to. And we need to listen to the perception of our young people as well. I'll give my one example. I have a sophomore granddaughter who told her very educated principal mother, who's a principal of an institution here in California, that she doesn't need to go to college because she's going to become an influencer on social media, and they make millions of dollars. That's a perception young people have. And we need to understand, as several commented on, how do we address in that arena of communication? Because we need to do that. Setting up on our ivory tower, trying to dictate who we are, doesn't get the general public onto your side of an argument. You've got to come to the different levels of society and communicate to them what they listen to and do it in their languages. I think, Doug, to yours, secular opinion has always been, at least in my lifetime, comes and goes. So I think you can learn from it, but just understand that it comes and goes as public opinion shifts and goes. So I think that's part of it. I also believe that we have to be careful that we believe we can be the spokesperson only. Because there's a perception when you do that it is a protective approach, that you're trying to protect the institution because you're in it. And so I think things like alumni messaging about what education's done for them that are not employed in the system itself or representing the system as we do is an important way for us to communicate. And it's not just alumni. I think it can be a lot of spokespeople, but it can't always be the institution being the one trying to convince the public that this is what you have to believe, because they absolutely take the opposite. They reject that. And so I think we need to think about how we go about doing it. Jane, I appreciate very much yours, because I also came prepared with Gallup, US News. I mean, if you go online today, there's over 50 of these articles, entitled Update on Race, College Admission, and Public Opinion. Americans have less confidence in higher education. Why? I mean, they're all over right now in the media, and I think this is what we have to be prepared to talk about, Doug, to your point. How do we combat this, and who is the messaging, and where does it come from? And I think if it's only coming from internal sources, you're not going to convince the public. And so we need to think about how do we really communicate those points of view.
Thank you. Jose, Jonathan, and then the Chancellor.
I'll try to make it quick. Doug, I've been thinking a lot about the point you were talking about, that this might be cyclical. I've been thinking a lot about when I'm really happy to hear both the Chancellor and our chair talk about this emerging majority, right, and what that means, right? Like, what does it mean when the Army was leading the search for Stan, the president at Stanislaus? The whole idea of what it means to be a Hispanic serving institution. I've been thinking a lot about that. I don't know what we all know about that. I just went through my own kind of like digging down. I think the big shift, the big difference is our students do look different, right? Like, this is post-1965 Immigration Act. The racist and racial dynamics at play can't really be ignored. Absolutely. In terms of how our opponents, I'm going to call it that, how some people on the other side think about the system and who it's serving and for what purpose. So I think there is that dynamic that I don't think, which is not to be separated from class. Thank you for including that Atlantic article. I thought that was a really, really important read. And then as I was reading it too, it was really interesting how it looked at race from a black or white perspective. I was really curious about like where the Latino and Asian students API fit in that dynamic. So that's the one thing. And then the second thing, I think from a messaging perspective, Larry, you're absolutely right that I think we need different messengers. It's not one messenger. And I actually think for me, figuring out with our new chancellor, what does that look like with her as a big part of it? The fact that we can go to Telemundo and Univision, the fact that we can actually go to different sources and different modes of communication, I think is really, really important.
Thank you, Jose. Jonathan.
So I will be very quick and speak very quickly, but thank you, Jane, first of all, for that presentation. Very informational and eye-opening as a student, and it's just, the data shows what I see in my peers firsthand, and I think it's really dangerous. The era we're in right now is how colleges are competing with rapid rewards and quick payoffs, because as Larry mentioned, I believe your granddaughter wants to be a social media influencer, and I think just young people immediately see that payoff and immediately see how influencers start posting social media and content, get brand deals, and make money. And students and young people aren't seeing that when you go to college, it's not all about getting a piece of paper to make money. What Jane mentioned in the presentation, students aren't seeing the value proposition of a college degree. And based on my personal experience, I see, as I mentioned, we're dealing with quick payoffs and rapid rewards. And I think we need to, as everyone's been mentioning, the messaging of what we're giving our students, giving our young people right in high school, catching them when they're young. I remember Diego mentioning this at a dinner once, is like, you need to catch these students when they're in 6th grade, 7th grade. Middle school is the pivotal time. And I can say that because there was a period of time where I worked as a middle school substitute teacher, and it was disheartening seeing how these students in the area I was teaching didn't believe it, didn't see it, so they didn't think they could do it. And I think that's where we need to catch them, and that's where we need to show them that a college degree is not just so you can become an astronaut, a doctor, the big name careers. It's so that you can have a transformational experience. And I think that's where our messaging lies, is showing how our students don't just come to college, leave with a higher paying job, but how this process, these 4 or 5 years, these master's degrees, transform their lives completely. I was just at Pomona where the students work on the parade float for the Rose Bowl, and I had no idea of that. I've never seen the Rose Bowl, but now I'm gonna watch it this year, and it's crazy to hear the students' stories of how when they were preschoolers coming to see their parents working on the Rose Float, they said, I'm gonna work on that one day too. And now there are students who are doing that. It's not just about, oh, I'm gonna get a great engineering job. It's about, how transformational would this experience be? And I also wanted to really mention is, I think everyone's been mentioning has been great. As a student, it's really, really filling my heart, hearing what everyone is saying about how we have to put students at the forefront and the decisions we make have to have them in mind. But I think a really important thing to think about too is, we're thinking about students coming in, but I think we need to focus, like what Diego said, on the students we're failing and on what we have already, right? I think we need to focus on elevating the systems and leveraging the things that we already do have, such as our EOP programs, our Young Men of Color initiatives, our high school initiatives, right? All these things that I think could be better, but I think we need to focus on, because when students first come into college, it's that first interaction, who is the first person they're talking to? Because if a student comes in and doesn't have that interaction, they're gonna leave first or second year. I've experienced it firsthand with the students I mentored. I saw students come in at a rate that is crazy, but then the next year they drop out due to life circumstances or they didn't have that person that affected their life. And I think we need to focus on also the social services that we offer as an institution. We have students who go hungry, students who are homeless, students who benefit from basic needs, and that's where our messaging lies as well. Is sometimes the state doesn't offer the best social services, but our campuses, the work that Basic Needs is doing and the time that the system has just progressed significantly in basic needs is just amazing to see. And I think we have a lot of work to do, but we've done great work so far, and leveraging those stories as well as how our students are being helped by these basic needs programs too.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I'm going to have the Chancellor wrap this up.
Oh my God, this has been an amazing conversation. I'm so proud that I have a board that's so committed to students and the success of our students. I have a couple of minutes. There's a lot of things that I would love to jump in and talk about, but there are a couple of things that, I just want to underscore. We do have young people, but we also have adults in our communities that need to get ready for this new industry, this new economy, and I think we need to remember that. I love the idea of stackable credentials, and we have to think about that, because our first generation students, those students that have economic need, have to work. And how do we partner with industry so they have paid internships? Really quickly, there's a campus, I think in Georgia, I'm thinking from Askew, where they partnered with Blue Shield. The students are taking a program that they want. They give them a paid internship, and when they graduate and have the grades, they hire them. Students see the long range. And what is the long range for them? And that's what they're thinking about. As far as communication and value, our best communicators are our students. If you walk on campus and you see our student ambassadors talking to potential students about coming to their institution and saying what they're going to get out of it, and alumni, they really light up. And so let's not forget that our students could also communicate what CSU has done for them. And we are stewards of place. Our campuses are in communities, they're in regions. They're connected to those communities. Those communities need to feel that they're part of that campus and that their children and their family members could come, and we need to speak to them in their language and in their space. We have to get off campus. And finally, I will say there are lots of points of pride of things you've talked about that are happening on our campuses. And I think we have to find out what they are and share it with this board and see how we can adapt them to bring them throughout the system if they're adaptable, because our regions are different. But things like social media, our campuses are on social media, maybe not as consistent, but they're working and they're trying. They're on TikTok, they're on LinkedIn, and we're doing it too, maybe not as consistent, we could always do better. But I think that's also something that we have to work at. And we have to harness what's happening on our campuses and work at what we're not doing well and bring up what those campuses are doing very well, because our universities are doing spectacular jobs in some of these areas.
Well, thank you so much for this great discussion, and this is just a launching pad for us. I think we all agree on the comments that were made. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Some of the things that we are in the planning stages for, and I'm really encouraged by all the comments that were made. So we are going to take a short break. Let us come back in 10 minutes at 5 of the hour. So 10:55, please. Thank you.
I had 3 pages. How do you summarize 3 pages?
Your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State.
Welcome back. We will now continue session one by shifting to an exploration of several specific issues of importance arising across the country. I am now going to turn it over to Roberta Achtenberg, who will lead our discussion. Roberta?
Thank you, Chair Fong. And as the chair said, I'm going to talk to you about a few issues that have arisen outside the state of California, specifically in Florida, North Carolina, and Texas, that are cautionary tales, if you will, unlikely to emerge in the same way in California, but cautionary tales nonetheless, and things that I think will promote some ideas about how we might meet this moment in the CSU. I recognize that some of these examples may sound extreme, and in fact, they are extreme. Extreme in the way they impinge on the independence of public higher education and public higher education systems, but they're happening today as we speak, and therefore need to be on our minds to some extent. Let's look first at what's a few of the things that are happening in Florida. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to two initiatives that the Florida governor has put forward to remake public higher education in his state. And I would point out that the Florida system of public higher education is the second largest system in our country, second only to California. First, the thing I'd like to look at first is the political takeover of the New College of Florida. New College of Florida is a public university. It's a small liberal arts college that is part of the State University system of Florida, although it has a separate board of trustees that is appointed directly by the governor. In the case of New College, that governor, about a year and a half ago, used his power of appointment to recruit activist trustees with a specific agenda. Known to be politically progressive, New College campus was particularly a susceptible target for this governor. knowing that the campus was particularly hospitable to LGBTQ students and to minority students of all kinds. It was considered the Florida Honors Campus with a particular focus on the humanities and the liberal arts. You can see how this is going to turn out. The first thing this politically appointed, politically motivated Board of Trustees did when they were installed was they demanded and got the resignation of the president, the provost, and the director of DEI. That was the first target. After that, trustees dictated a new admissions policy. They created a new set of athletics programs. They increased the number of students that would be enrolled in the following year. They agreed to a set of quote unquote lowered admissions standards, thereby changing the character and the composition of the student body in one fell swoop, and ultimately that ended up changing the character of the faculty. New College, as a result of all that activity, plummeted 24 positions in their national rankings, and there was a mass exodus. All the students who could transfer, transferred. The faculty who could get jobs elsewhere sought jobs elsewhere. And it's a treacherous place as we speak. The second initiative that I'd like to draw your attention to that also took place in Florida was the governor's proposal that was ultimately adopted by the legislature into law that prohibits public funding throughout the entire public university system, which I mentioned is 325,000 students, the second largest, getting rid of all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs throughout the university system. The direct and immediate impact of that legislation being adopted and signed into law was the obvious impact was on all the student programs, all the faculty initiatives, all the staff initiatives, and the like that are designated for the benefit of all students, but particularly of minority students, women students, LGBTQ students, and other protected groups. But it didn't only threaten those programs. It threatened faculty research, teaching content, university partnerships, and even went so far as to change what the medical schools and hospitals in the Florida system could do to address, for example, disparate health outcomes, monitoring culturally competent care for minority communities and the like. Now, many of these impacts are being challenged in the courts. And certainly the courts have narrowed, in some cases, the impact of some of these as violations of equal protection or due process or violations of First Amendment guarantees. So in some cases, some of the more drastic impacts have been narrowed by the courts. However, the impact has been felt, and the chilling effect even when some of the policies have been completely reversed, has been noteworthy in every respect. The university is in the process of being transformed very dramatically as a result of just these two initiatives. And of course, there are other initiatives that he has undertaken that we don't need to dwell on further. But I think it's important, as many states are looking to limit their DEI programs, many states are looking to impact content of what's being taught in our in our higher education classrooms. It's an important trend to take note of. I thought at this point, before we look at some of the additional assaults on educational independence, we might ask the Chancellor to talk a little bit about CSU views on academic independence, shared governance, and the other important principles that are violated when politically motivated actions such as were undertaken by this governor and that legislature are taken. So, Chancellor Garcia.
Thank you so much, Roberta. Let me begin with shared governance at the CSU. And the CSU prides itself on its commitment to shared governance, which is a collaborative decision-making model in higher education, whereby various stakeholders, including faculty, administrators, and yes, at many of our campuses, students, participate in the governance and decision-making of the institution. The faculty role is that the faculty maintain a central role in shared governance as the primary proponents and guardians of academic freedom. Shared governance recognizes the faculty's expertise and their important but not exclusive authority in academic matters, including shaping curriculum, academic policies and standards, as well as ensuring academic excellence. For the administrative role, while faculty play a central role related to academic matters and academic freedom, responsibility for the efficient operation of the institution lies with the administration. However, the administrators must explain why decisions are made. What's very important in shared governance is if you make a decision, it's important to share with the constituencies how that decision made and why you made that decision. That's the administrative role. Then, of course, there's the board's role. And the trustees have a fiduciary responsibility for the oversight of California State University, with authority over curricular development, use of property, development of facilities, and fiscal and human resources management. Administration of shared governance relies on robust, ongoing conversation. However, it must be emphasized that it does not require consensus of campus constituents or their participation at every stage of decision-making or any constituents group complete control over a process. Shared governance is best considered a balance, one that maximizes participation in decision-making, honors the academic freedom of our faculty experts, and maintains clear accountability to ensure that all groups work together to achieve the institution's goals. Now let me turn to academic freedom. American higher education relies on the fundamental value of academic freedom. Academic freedom protects college and university faculty members from unreasonable constraints on their professional activities. It is a broad doctrine giving faculty great leeway in addressing their academic subjects, allowing them even to challenge conventional wisdom. Under principles of academic freedom, a faculty member may research topics in their expertise and area. He or she may raise difficult subjects in a classroom discussion or may publish a controversial research paper. Academic freedom has long been essential to the excellence of America's higher education system, still revered throughout the world. However, academic freedom is not absolute. It comes with responsibilities, such as adhering to ethical standards and respecting the rights of others. Faculty have the right to select course material, provided it is appropriate to the topic. They can decide how best to present the material, choosing from methods accepted in their discipline. On behalf of the institution, the professor has a right to grade his, her, or their students. This right comes with corresponding responsibilities to follow institutional grading standards and to assign grades without discrimination or arbitrary reasons. Academic freedom does not protect, however, false statements or unprofessional conduct as defined by relevant professional standards. A professor could be disciplined, for example, for chronically ineffective teaching or for refusing a reasonable request to meet with the dean. So academic freedom has limits. It only extends to those who teach or conduct research, and goes to the faculty's area of expertise. Chancellors and presidents do not have academic freedom when acting in their administrative capacity. Academic freedom does not apply to board members, although other sources such as state law or institutional policy may protect trustees in certain situations. If a professor also serves as a trustee, he or she does not lose academic freedom for faculty functions. Academic freedom should be protected by institutional policies and supported by tenure systems to safeguard scholars from arbitrary dismissal due to their research or their views. It serves as a cornerstone not only of higher education, but also of a democratic society. The public should be made aware of recognize this and defend this very important principle. Balancing academic freedom with other institutional priorities such as promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging are challenges we have seen associated with academic freedom. Addressing controversial topics and ensuring respectful discourse while protecting the tenet of academic freedom is also challenging. So in closing and in conclusion, shared governance and academic freedom are fundamental principles that underpin the vitality and credibility of higher education institutions in this country. The principles empower faculty, administrators, staff, students to collaborate in decision-making while safeguarding the essential right of scholars to pursue knowledge free from interference or censorship. These principles are critical to the continued advancement in academia and for the CSU specifically and for democracy broadly.
Well, you can see how many fundamental principles were shattered in the brief tenure of those two initiatives that I identified. Let me identify a few more, some of which are a bit more subtle, but nonetheless pernicious. And then we'll talk about what, if any, application there is for the conduct of this board as we seek to ensure academic freedom, the principles of shared governance, and the independence of the university system from intrusion from without and in some cases from within. A recent example that arose in North Carolina, I thought was quite interesting. There, the legislature passed a budget bill that eliminated state funding for distinguished professorships except when the professorship was in the field of STEM. So North Carolina had a system of public subsidy for distinguished professorships, and they had funded some 700 distinguished professorships throughout the North Carolina university system over the course of a number of years. And it was without regard to discipline. But 2 years ago, they undertook debate in the state legislature expressing essentially contempt for, are we funding professorships in gender studies? Are we funding professorships in ethnic studies? Are we, are we attracting too many humanities scholars from elsewhere inadvertently through this funding apparatus? And what they decided to do was to withdraw funding broadly and to focus distinguished professorship public funding only on the STEM fields. I say a little more subtle in that you could say, well, we need more scholarship in STEM fields. We need more expertise in STEM fields. We need to produce more STEM graduates, and that may indeed be the case. But the motivation certainly was questioned by the public, and certainly the faculty was up in arms, needless to say, that essentially they were focusing the budget bill focusing on the content of what was being taught and who was teaching it. So that I thought was a very interesting example. The North Carolina legislature as well was considering legislation that would require for their community college system, once the community college trustees had selected their chancellor, the chancellor for the community college system, that chancellor's selection would have to be ratified by the state legislature. You can imagine the chill that sent through the academic community. That ultimately was not adopted, but some of these things are being put forward for the chill, whether or not they are ultimately enacted. The Texas legislature, for example, undertook consideration of a similar politicizing issue. They entertained a bill to strip all university faculty of tenure. They would get rid of tenure in the state of Texas. Now, the bill ultimately was withdrawn, and that's a blessing. The third largest system, I believe, of public higher education in the country is the Texas system. So we have California first, Florida second, Texas third, or close therein, maybe SUNY or CUNY, the part of the big four. Anyhow, it was a very big deal. I'm not surprised that it was ultimately withdrawn, but I would argue that real damage was done. And the idea that other legislatures that might be willing to take up the gauntlet got some real bright ideas from the Texas legislature that pose a real threat to the independence and the integrity of higher education in general and public higher education in particular. One more, and then we can open it up for discussion. Recently, now this may have been an offhand comment, as sometimes they are, but recently Donald Trump, as an element of his proposed agenda for a second term, proposed a national online university that would be free of charge and would be self-accrediting, meaning it would not adhere to accreditation standards that are promulgated by the regional accreditors, which all other colleges and universities have to adhere. It would be sui generis, shall we say, and it would promote a national degree. The degree would be issued by the United States of America. Now, whether this would ever take place, who knows? But I think the point is the threat is real, the threat to accreditation, the threat to the four-year degree as we know it, the threat to academic quality that we rely on shared governance and academic independence to produce for our students. All of those deep principles of academic integrity and the real value of the university as a place for public discourse and important educational uplift for our students are implicitly under threat by such a proposal. Now, as I said, it's not likely that those particular initiatives would be pursued in the state of California, at least not in the way they are being pursued in Texas or in North Carolina or in Florida. But they are part of the milieu, and certainly as we conceive of our role in the CSU as educating the new majority, and as we bear down on the fact that we are diverse and equitable and inclusive, and as we do greater analytical work to understand what we need to do in order to address differential achievement, address the achievement gaps and the like, we're proposing to do more work in that area, not less. How do we portray that work in a way that gets pursued, doesn't create public uproar, doesn't make us look like we're adhering to some kind of political orthodoxy in contrast to the point of the activity on our part is to include more students, more communities in the uplift that is the university and the value of the college degree. So against that trend, how do we pursue our course and not portray ourselves as either woke or, as we were pointing out earlier, as self-serving, just pursuing these things as a way of trying to preserve the college for the faculty, administrators, boards of trustees, and the like. So with those questions posed, I'll turn it over to Chair Fong to entertain the discussion.
So does anybody have any comments or questions with regard to what Roberta presented to us? The reason why I had Roberta address this and with Jane earlier is I want us to know what the temperature, the we are facing in the nation and in the state. And one thing that I had posed to them is that apparently 10, 15 years ago, we knew about this enrollment cliff that we were facing and that we didn't address it. So knowing what the climate is right now, what are those things that we should be thinking about, particularly as a board? So I see, Chris, if you...
Yes, Roberta, thank you. I mean, I think sometimes in California, you know, your data and your scenarios are so important because we feel that we're protected, you know, and that's not true. You're seeing it in K-12s where far-right boards are taking over. There's a very strong possibility in the next couple of years that there'll be another voucher initiative for K-12s, and if it gets on the ballot, there's a strong possibility that it will pass. If you remember, the last one failed 3-1. So I think what we have to do under what we talked about earlier about communication, about data, is we have to communicate ultra well our why and what we're doing, because if we don't, we live in a state by propositions. Any of these crazy ideas could land on the proposition, and we cannot think because we're a progressive state that this won't happen. If you think about, I forget what proposition it was, but the one on affirmative action, that failed in California. And most people thought that that was going to be approved, and it failed. So I think we can't take anything for granted. We have to do our work well. And thank you for bringing this topic, because I think sometimes we feel that we are protected, and we're not. So.
Thank you, Chris. Mark.
Well, I guess at the risk of reiterating Christopher's comments, I 100% agree. Thank you, Roberta. This issue of taking for granted is a big thing. I think that things are changing and will continue to change. And, you know, in my previous line of work, we needed to continually stay out in front of evolving risks and threats. And we did that by routinely doing risk and vulnerability assessments, right? It's incredibly important to not sit back on our laurels and kind of do it the way we've always done it. Things are changing, and you know, if you just look at what's happening at the local school board level and moving up, it will eventually reach here. If not, really, it's at our doorstep. That's why I think that the narrative is so absolutely critical. Controlling the narrative is critical. And then meeting who we are serving, meeting them where they're at. The more that they know what we're doing, engaged with us, right? This is public, private, non-governmental. The whole of community is really what I think is so critical in us being able to build the strategy to the future, right? That's public-private partnerships, getting more folks singing our praises, understanding and articulating the objectives and goals that we want to achieve, right? Broadening the foundation of the folks that we want to partner with, so that when we are at risk, we have this broader foundation, this broader coalition of support to be able to navigate through it. Because things will change here, and I've seen it many times in the political arena and politics across the country. We don't know what's going to happen in 2024 election, and that could have a monumental shift again in this country that that could be very, very challenging. And we enjoy California. God, you know, we live in a state that is a progressive state that is thinking through this, that has based on fair and equitableness, but that again can change, and we could be an outlier. So anyway, just my thoughts about that and the support with what Chris said.
Thank you very much, Mark. Larry.
Well, thank you. Although I believe that this is typical of, at least in my 70-plus years of living in this country, it's the pendulum issue to me that you deal with in our country. The pendulum is, if the public feels uncomfortable that the pendulum goes too far one direction or the other, they respond to it. And I think you see that going on right now in different particular political perspectives, that the pendulum is swung far too far one way or the other, and there's response. I appreciate, but I will tell you that it's not just North Carolina, Florida, Texas, and it's not just a conservative approach to this. I mean, I take a look in California. We've had 2 initiatives that we've had to deal with in which our legislature has in fact directly directed you, the faculty, on what you're going to have to teach. And faculty wasn't particularly happy that that intrusion occurred here in California. So I just want to say that it's possible on both ends that these things are going to happen. And I think from my perspective, the lesson learned is that you have to bring the public with you as you start to move that pendulum. And if you try to do it without moving the public with you, you're going to get the responses that we're seeing throughout, both in California and throughout the country. So I think we have to be aware as we feel it's important that certain things, DEI is important. We have to be able to educate the public at the same time as to why that's important, and not just say, you take it or leave it because we've decided this. And I think that's where states in particular get themselves in incredible controversy, is when that pendulum, they try to move that pendulum without bringing the public with them. So, and I will tell you, California, on the other end, has things that a lot of Californians question about where are we and why are we doing this?
Thank you, Larry. Jack?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you for this, putting things in perspective. The first question I have 2 questions. One of them will sound like I'm playing, but I'm actually not. From your research, is there a definition of woke? And I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, if we're going to say that something is not good, we should be, I'm saying we as a nationwide, statewide community should be defined what it is that we think is negative. And my next question, I think, is more substantive. We talk in terms of things like accreditation. I'd like to hear from you and also from the faculty trustee and anybody else, anybody from the Chancellor's office, including the Chancellor, who can explain in this public forum, what does accreditation really mean? What is it, and what, not so much what it means, but what does that process actually look like? Because accreditation is an important word, but the process by which that occurs, I think, is equally important.
It's also a complicated process, a historical one, and it's deeply embedded in, there's a lot of federal policy, including student aid policy, that is directly governed by whether or not the institution that the student seeks to attend is accredited, for example, and that's a big issue that some of the right-wing ideologues attacking the university are seeking to attack when they attack accreditation. And the whole federal Department of Education, for example, is deeply enmeshed in that system. I think Jane is an accreditor. She might talk a little bit about what it means to be a part of an accrediting system.
I don't know if I can do this in less than an hour. I'm sorry. The accreditation is an example of something that was largely left alone until about 20 years ago. It's a regionally organized process for external review against institutional assessments, and then teams come in and decide whether you're doing what you say you're doing. And the shortest, the critique of accreditation actually started on the left in higher education. It came from folks who said, we are basically reinforcing a notion of quality, that it equates with resources and reputation. And we're counting books in the library, whether anybody reads them or not, and calling it meeting the accreditation library standard. And we're looking at faculty salaries, whether they're teaching or not, et cetera. So it was and the Fed started getting into looking at the regulation of accreditation in order to advance student learning as a primary focus rather than institutional resources. As a result, there's been a huge change in accreditation to make it much more about student learning outcomes and how resources are organized in the university to support that. So but I think that the negative critique about accreditation that's coming from the right is still criticizing it as it was 25, 30 years ago, and it's really evolved considerably. It's imperfect, it's messy, it is very black boxy, it's the puff of smoke at the end and all of that. So it is not as public as some might want it to be, but it is not your grandmother's accreditation.
Thank you. And if I might...
The definition of woke?
Yeah. What is the definition of woke that is not your definition, but what is the definition of woke that is put forth by those who say woke should not be allowed?
Well, I just looked it up on Wikipedia and I can't remember. Woke is an adjective derived from African American vernacular English, meant to, quote, alert to racial prejudice and discrimination. Beginning in the 1910s, it came to encompass a broader awareness of social inequalities such as racial justice, sexism, and LGBT rights, according to my phone.
I'll take that as a primary source in this situation. So thank you for that. I'm not sure where it gets us, but thank you for that. The accreditation information was good. The other, I'm not sure what it did.
Did you want Darlene or the Chancellor to?
Please.
Yes, Darlene?
I'd just like to add to what both Roberta and Jean have said about accreditation. I think from the public perspective, accreditation is very important for a campus or a college because it lends academic credibility to quality. And quality in all sense of the words, from fiscal management to academic outcomes to student success. What's really important about accreditation is from the inside perspective, from the campus perspective, it's just not a month activity. It takes years to do. It usually takes 2 or 3 years for the campus to get going because they have to do internal academic program reviews of every single degree program they have. They have to evaluate each and every single program. And then they also have to look at the campus climate. They need to look at the very important student satisfaction reviews that come in terms of data collection. There's a lot of reports and data that have to be collected and analyzed and then written up in a report that's short enough for WASC, which is the accreditation body that we use in California. It's usually a regional accrediting body, and accreditation is important to the student because they know that they're getting bang for their bucks, if you will, and many times they can't get financial aid if the campus or the college is not accredited. So I think that's also important too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chancellor?
The only thing I would add, it is a way to hold up a mirror by external people as to what you are doing. And it does help the administration, having been in a couple of campuses, where it tells you where you're not doing a good job and you're hearing it from external people. And so it helps move the institution. If you're saying your student success, and you're saying you're graduating students of color, and you're saying you're hiring diverse faculty, they're going to look and say, well, you really haven't. And I'm going to hold you accountable. Oh, you've never had a strategic plan? You better get it done in 6 months because it's part of our criteria. So it's a way of the institution say, here's what we're doing, and outside experts, which faculty go through when they go through tenure on many campuses, saying, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing that you say you do?
Thank you. So we have 20 minutes left of this session. We have Jose, Leslie, and Darlene. Jose?
Jack, I'm going to try to answer the woke thing, although kind of from a different perspective, which is why I think it's really important that we define ourselves for ourselves instead of trying to surrender. Like, to me, as a proud ethnic studies major from San Francisco State, ethnic studies was not woke. Ethnic studies made me a better political reporter covering the Obama campaign in 2008, when most of the reporters had no idea what African-American history was and who Ella Baker was. Like, you literally had campaign reporters who had no idea who Ella Baker was, who Fannie Lou Hamer was. And I knew that because I was a Black Studies double major in college, right? Woke means that we have undocumented students and we have undocumented student centers in our universities and our colleges, and that's not because it's woke, it's because they're here, right? I think it's really knowing and leading with facts, and I totally understand the perception part, but I think really making sure that we, internally and therefore externally, communicate who we are and who we stand for, right? I have been, in the past few months, I don't know if you all saw, there was a mammoth New York Times 5,000-word story on front page on Sunday 2 weeks ago about the dystopian Trump immigration reality, right? Like, I am, and in the circles that I'm a part of, we're preparing for repeal of like Plyler versus Doe. We're preparing literally for the worst case scenario. And as a child of Proposition 187, I think that's something that I think we as a system, when you look at the public comments we've had these past few meetings, we have a lot of undocumented students in our system, and so in our system, in our schools. What is it going to take for us? And that's why I'm so thankful that Chair Fong asked to look ahead. I think for me, looking ahead is like the worst case scenario at a time is nothing is going to move congressionally, federally on immigration. It's going to be stuck where it's going to be stuck. The students are not going to become workers, right? So like all the degrees, all of the undocumented students that were graduating across our 23 schools, how did they get to work? Do we care about that? Do we care about the fact that most undocumented students in our campuses live in mixed status homes, meaning you can't separate the undocumented people from the documented people. They're all in the same families, which is true in my family. Right. So I'm preparing for the worst case scenario when it comes to immigration and as it relates to undocumented students. And I think that's actually something that we ought to be preparing for.
Thank you, Jose. Leslie.
Thank you. So I guess I wanted to go back to amplifying where Jose started, which is I really appreciate being aware of trends in the country. I think it's hard to pick out a leading trend, so I think the best we could do is be as aware as possible. And to me, it really comes back to our first conversation, which is, I think that's what makes strategic planning and knowing ourselves so important. We know, I think that we have an opportunity to say, what would in the face of chaos, in the face of unpredictability, what does an excellent education look like? What do our students need? And part of our strategic plan is to be nimble. Right? Like somehow we have to have a vision for what we want to get to and a way to change as circumstances might change. So to me, hearing that there is disaster going on elsewhere is not, to me, a reason that we should be distracted by it, but only that we should know how important it is that we do things really well, and that if people are happy with the education they receive, if our constituents believe in us, that will make it harder for us to be rattled.
Thank you. Back to you, Darlene.
Thank you, Chair Fong, and thank you, Roberta, for sharing those cautionary tales from Florida, North Carolina, and Texas with us. The takeaways as I listen to the discussion is, one, I continue to remain concerned about the growing legislative intrusion in the curriculum and in education. And as Larry says, sometimes they're not of the faculty's making. We're being told to do certain things, and we're not even being told so much from our colleagues within our own system as much as from the legislature. And that is particularly difficult when a lot of these legislative intrusions are not funded. So I will leave it there. The second thing is I recognize that we need to leverage our CSU system to better navigate these issues and to do it in a collaborative way. So when I look at the tales about shared governance and academic freedom, as faculty trustee, I was delighted to hear our chancellor say that as faculty trustee, I do not lose my faculty right to academic freedom. But with that said, I would like to bring to my board trustees, colleagues' attention that we really do need to be mindful about shared governance. You know, the Academic Senate CSU several years ago worked with the then chancellor on the tenets of shared governance, and Chancellor White at that time signed off on it, and we have it in place, but we really need to be mindful that we really need to be inclusive and transparent in terms of consultation, not only with faculty, but with our staff and our students too. And it's always nice to be consulted before you make up decisions and not be told the decisions after the fact. The second thing I like to share is academic freedom is really important, and it grows more important as faculty feel very pressed on what they can and what they may not say anymore in the classroom. And then moving on to the distinguished facultyships in North Carolina, I don't know how offended those faculty must have felt when those 700 distinguished facultyships was torn from them and only left for the STEM faculty, which I understand is essential, but it's offensive when you get it and then it's taken away from you. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That was a riot.
And last,
a near riot.
yeah, absolutely. And then the last topic that you brought up is a biggie. It's tenure. You know, many years ago when I first started on the statewide academic senate, it was the legislature that came to us with ACR 73. Assembly Concurrent Resolution 73 talked about faculty density, and it called for 75% tenure-track faculty and 25% part-time or lecturers. Well, that hasn't happened because we don't have the money to bring in tenure-track faculty. So I don't know that that's a problem, but even with bringing in the tenure-track faculty we have, it's hard to bring them in with the cost of living the way it is in the state of California. And even if we're able to capture them and bring them into our systems and our campuses, it's hard to retain them. So be mindful that faculty are struggling. They still have to go through RTP, the retention, tenure, promotion process. And when you're teaching more, doing more service, working on more committees, you really have less time to work on your scholarship, your publications, your grants, whatnot. And sometimes that's not even an issue because there's no money to do it. You can't even travel sometimes. So just please bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Diego?
You all aren't starting on easy stuff this morning. I'm going to go back to something that Larry said to start off our board comments, that there does feel like a pendulum shift. It's so helpful to, it's scary but helpful to see these sort of stacked next to each other. I think it's important to know that some of this pendulum shift is intentional and targeted. So one of the trustees who got placed onto the board for the new College of Florida is one of the same people who is the mastermind of naming CRT as problematic. And so this is a concerted effort by some folks to undermine trust, faith, and value in institutions of higher ed. And if we think those same folks aren't thinking about now how to undermine the CSU alongside all of these others, I think we would, so we need to be thoughtful, intentional, just as purposeful in naming what is our value. What do we stand for? I think, Jose, what you named, right? It's so easy in moments like these to then just actually knee-jerk respond, yeah, we are for DEI. But that just plays into someone else's playbook. Instead, we need to say, what programs do we stand behind that we offer? That right now might fall under an umbrella of DEI, but who cares what we call the thing? We stand for equity for all students. We stand for any student who comes through our door having a chance to do this. These are the things that fall under an umbrella of DEI, but when we do it using someone else's language, be that woke, or CRT or DEI, we lose everyday Californians who don't speak that same language, and we are now playing in someone else's playground. So I'm mindful of that, and I'll name, in the pendulum swing, I think there are some honest to goodness people who aren't part of this, who we have lost, because we too often knee-jerk just say this, we use the language and we say, if you're not for this, then you're not with us. And I think that's a problem. And I think we just need to be more nuanced, thoughtful, yet still stand behind our values. And the more we can talk about the values and what we're driving to, the more this becomes a bigger, broader tent. That's one whole thought. And then the last is just on this last point of folks when Trump suggests that we have a national online university, that it is self-accrediting, all these things, it is again attempting to undermine the value of high quality universities. And I think we need to recognize that in 10 years' time, there could very potentially be pretty seismic shifts in how people are earning some form of degree, certificate, credential to then go into the workplace. And it's easy to sort of look at Trump's recommendation and sort of say, oh, that's not serious. I think we should see that as a harbinger of potentially things to come. And instead of brushing that off, we as a board need to seriously then think about what if someone more serious brought up something more serious that had some of the tenets of that? And what might that mean for us? Because that will have very real implications for us as a university. So I hope that we hear that, not to be alarmist, but we hear that more with an eye towards how might the landscape shift? Because I think it's much more likely to look different 20 years from now than it is to look mostly the same.
Thank you, Diego. Lily, and then the Chancellor.
So since we're discussing trends and things that we need to keep an eye on, I feel we need to absolutely be thinking about generative AI. I think when we talk about changes to the workforce, also when you talked about distrust in institutions, and I think what we're going to be seeing, what we've seen with social media, but certainly it's going to be accelerated with the generative AI, is manipulation of images, of everything. So people really don't know, it's quicksand. People will not know what to believe, right? So that's very scary. And I think if you've been following the open AI drama on their board, which I have, and I think it's terrifying because if you look at what they've decided to do when they fired the board and they put in a new board, brought back Sam Altman, and what I've read seems to be they are wanting to go full speed ahead without a lot of consideration for the possibly very damaging consequences to the world. So I think it has the potential. It's so new. I mean, nobody really even was talking about it 2 years ago. But it is the tsunami that I think is going to will be changing everything very quickly. And I think as much as we can, and we have some of the best minds in the country, we need to sort of get ahead of it and not be, caught in that tidal wave, not knowing which way is up or down. So I want us to really think about that.
Thank you very much, Lily. Chancellor.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Jane and Roberta. It's been great conversation. And as I listen to all of you, everything you're saying is so true. The ROI and what we are doing, how do we define ourselves, what are our values, but to be in simple language. One of the things higher ed does is that we talk in jargon that if we want to get to the public, has to be crystal clear to any community that we share it with. We have been trying to communicate, but we're not communicating to the public. In higher ed in general, we communicate to each other rather than communicate to the public, to the corporations, who, by the way, get DEI better than anybody else, and we have their workforce. We can partner with. But we have to be real clear what we offer, the value of what we offer, communicate it in multiple ways, using data, which we have to do better at. And so I thank you very much. It's so wonderful to see that we're all really on the same page of where we need to go and what we need to do, and have that vision that's crystal clear, that we become chief reminder officers, that you repeat it over and over again. Thank you.
Well, I just want to thank Roberta and Jane for 2 really eye-opening sessions, and it really is an opportunity for us as a board to be thinking about the future and what we are going to be facing. I really appreciate everyone's very thoughtful, candid, provocative comments, things that we will be taking from here to our next session and going forward. I'm just really confident that we as a board are going to be helpful and partners with our new chancellor to meet these very daunting challenges that we will hopefully be doing strategically and proactively, and also just to enhance the CSU's position as the nation's preeminent higher education system. I am going to be repeating that constantly, and one that transforms lives at an unmatched scale. And importantly, this discussion just powerfully illustrates that the CSU drives California toward its brightest future and will be strengthening our society and democracy. But thank you so much for this conversation. We're going to be breaking for lunch, and then we will return for our afternoon sessions, which we will be taking the macro to the micro and talking about the national higher educational landscape to this board's individual and collective roles and responsibilities. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly.
Welcome back, everyone. I am going to turn the afternoon sessions to start off back with Roberta Achtenberg. Roberta?
Thanks very much, Chair Fong. I'm going to briefly recap where this board has been over the last 20 months that we have been working strategically and laboriously on improving our board governance, understanding our collective responsibilities as a board and our individual responsibilities as board members, and just generally tuning up the organization. First, we did it in order to get ready to solicit a new regularly appointed chancellor, which we have accomplished with flying colors. Additionally, we undertook this series of deliberations because we needed to improve our performance, not only for its own sake, but for the sake of the public being willing to invest more heavily in us, both in kind and financially. So there were a lot of important reasons to undertake this work, and we undertook it very seriously, and I want to suggest, I think at least, quite productively. As you recall, Jane and I undertook this after deep consultation with all of you and a selective group of our presidents, the vice chancellors, and many others. We ended up deciding that there were basically 4 areas of important opportunity that we needed to work in. And there was a series of initiatives that we undertook and decisions that this board made throughout the 20-month period, wanting to be opportunistic and changing the things that we knew needed changing as they arose to make the performance of this board much more strategic and much higher quality product. As you may recall, we spent time confirming communication protocols, what board members were encouraged to communicate and what they were not. how we communicate with our chancellor and with the vice chancellors and with our presidents, how we clarify who has authority to do what, and recognizing the importance of staying in our lane. We clarified the delegations of authority between the board to the chancellor to the presidents, and we're going to examine that in greater depth in just a moment. We modified procedures for executive search. We modified procedures for presidential search and presidential evaluation. We basically took a number of steps to tune up the system, and it's yielded very positive results. We sought greater professional support for this board in the retooling of the office of the Board of Trustees and creating an associate vice chancellor, chief of staff position, so that this board could be more appropriately supported as it sought to move from crisis defensive posture toward a more strategic affirmative posture and to put the university on the same course. We created an entirely revamped orientation program for new trustees, and I'm going to be making reference to a few of those orientation slides in a moment, just to refresh our collective recollection about what it is we're supposed to do and how it is we're supposed to do it. Additionally, we generated a series of strategic priorities, albeit interim strategic priorities, but we knew we needed a series of strategic priorities as we went out and sought a new chancellor. We needed to let the chancellor candidates know and the prospective chancellor know what this board thought were the crucial issues facing the system, so she could or he could, take stock accordingly and make an informed decision about whether or not this was the university system she chose to lead. We did a really good job when it came to that, and a really good job when it came to scouring the country and finding the ideal chancellor to lead this system into the future. So I'm particularly proud of that work that this board did over the course of that 20-month period. We figured out a way to support our student trustees much more appropriately in their finances so that they could be freer to participate as peers in this trusteeship process. We clarified procedures for leadership selection, made it clear what criteria would inform the judgment of the chair when she put forward a slate of board leaders, and what criteria would inform the committee on committees as they look to as they evaluated the chair's proposed slate and as they made corresponding recommendations to this board for your ratification of your internal leadership. That was very, very important, and I think went a long way to reassuring this board that you have a fine process, a strategic process, and one that values the right things in terms of creating a healthy board culture, which is very important in creating a healthy, effective board. We commissioned outside research when that was important and consulted national experts when it came to issues like supporting our presidents and making sure they were properly selected, properly supported, and properly evaluated. Of course, selecting presidents and selecting a chancellor is probably the #1 job of this board, and we wanted to make sure that we had best practices in place as we confronted that major job. And then finally, we recommended and you agreed that you would undertake a program of regular review of your own practices and regular assessment of how well you're doing. And in part 2 of this retreat, which we will go into in April, you will be delving at length into that commitment that you made to assess your own performance. We'll put detail to that, and then you'll go through a process of self-assessment. All healthy boards are willing to take an ongoing look at themselves and making sure that they're measuring up and aspire to measure up to the awesome task that they have and to the awesomeness of the public trust that they hold. So you've committed yourselves to the whole bag of tricks here, and you're to be commended for it. Jane said earlier, and Trustee Fong said earlier as well, I don't know of another board of a major university system that has undertaken such an extensive evaluation of its own performance and then taken the additional steps to address every perceived challenge, and you're to be commended for that. And so now the real work begins. My goodness, I apologize for that. I'd like us to be reminded of a few things, and then we're going to be turning the discussion of this over to our Vice Chair, Jack Clark. But if I might, I'd like to draw your attention to a few things about our board and how we aspire to govern. We are a public statutory system governing board, as you have been reminded, and that is a distinct category of public higher education board. We are governed by law, California Code, and our board is designed by, and the design is enshrined in statute. In sum, we are the fiduciary for this system, and we have to be responsible for it in multiple areas. By law, we perform multiple functions and are responsible for those functions. We have a regulatory and coordinating function. We have a policy and planning function. We have an oversight function. We have an audit and risk management function. We have a finance and public accountability function. And finally, we have an advocacy function, both defensive and offensive. Defensive, by defensive I mean we have to protect the academic enterprise from politicization, as we discussed in the earlier segment, and from intrusion, both internal and external. And on the offense side, in terms of our advocacy responsibility, we need to build the case for the CSU that we are worthy of the public trust and worthy of the public investment. So in discharging those duties, I'll turn your attention to slide 1, where we committed ourselves to be an engaged public statutory system governing board. We examined the kinds of boards, the range of boards that there are, and committed ourselves to landing right there in the center. What it means to be engaged means to be present, prepared, and working at the policy level in partnership with our chancellor, but working at the policy level, not at the micro level, not at the management level, but at the policy level. We offer our insights to the chancellor and her staff and the presidents. We bring deep experience and multiple insights to the governance of this board. We were chosen by governors and are confirmed by the state senate. So we have been deemed worthy of participating in the governance of this incredibly crucial system, and we have a lot of perspective and insight to offer. We help the chancellor by adding value and a depth and breadth of discussion through a prudent, thoughtful, and respectful process of deliberations. We respect the boundaries that our system has in place, meaning we don't seek to infringe on the province of our professional staff. We respect their professional credentials, their academic stature, their higher education expertise, and the fact that they have undertaken full-time responsibility for the academic enterprise that is this university. So we pay due respect to that, and at the same time we take very seriously our individual responsibilities as fiduciaries for the system. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means in the discussion. Having said all of that, let me say that the essence of our role is fourfold. We select the system's leaders, both the chancellor and the presidents, and assist in the selection of the vice chancellors. We're responsible for stewarding the system assets and making sure the money doesn't go someplace it's not supposed to go. But the system assets are not just the system's money. They are the system's reputation, all the people who work for the system, with the system, and particularly the students are the prized asset of this system, and we have to keep them first and foremost in our minds as we do our work. It's our job as well to advance the mission and the values of this system, and they've been articulated multiple times today, and we're going to be repeating them over and over again because a message is not delivered and well received unless it's repeated over and over again. But it's a precious mission that we have in this system, and it's one that we all signed up for, and it's one that makes us distinct from so many other institutions, and it's why we invest our time and treasure in this system. And then finally, we anticipate and plan for the future needs of this system, and that's really part and parcel of what we're doing here today. Let's talk just for a moment about the premier responsibility of this board to appoint the chancellor. The chancellor is our leader. She operates this system. We have delegated to her the legal authority that reposes in this board is delegated to the chancellor for the operation of this system. That's exceedingly important for the board to appreciate and to understand and to observe. The chancellor enjoys that leadership position. It's true at our pleasure, at our discretion, but that is the leadership position that the chancellor holds in our system. We are a strong chancellor system by design. That is the California State University. Yes, ma'am.
So, Roberta, we have two questions from Larry and then from Lily.
Roberta, on the slide before, on slide 8, I guess it's called, don't we also have a fifth box that we're responsible for, and that's the adoption of governing policies for statewide policies?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't really see where that fits into these essential roles, because I think that's one of the more important
stewardship. I'm sorry. Yes.
Essential roles. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, because I think that is a responsibility that statutorily we're given. Yeah.
Yes, we have when I referred prior to the regulatory function that we perform, that was perhaps oblique, unfortunately oblique reference to the fact that we have the rulemaking responsibility. We make the Title V decisions that ultimately only we have the delegated responsibility, the authority to make. Yeah, absolutely right. Thank you.
And then Lily? Okay.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you very much. All right, the chancellor, delegated authority. It's true she serves at our pleasure, but this is a strong chancellor system. She operates the system. In partnership with the chancellor, and it says in our rules of conduct, in partnership with the chancellor, this board appoints and evaluates presidents. University presidents report to the chancellor. They are the CEOs of their campuses through delegated authority delegated to them from the chancellor. We delegate authority to the chancellor. The chancellor subdelegates authority in the cases of the presidents to the operation of their campuses. This is extremely important chain of command for us to understand and appreciate and to come to understand where we fit, we the Board of Trustees. I'm saying we, it's a hard thing to forget that I once was among you. But it's a very important chain of command to understand. And with that, I'm going to turn to the chancellor right now, if she would talk to us a little bit about that. It sounds strict, what I've said here, and it is sort of strict in the design, but in the operation, we seek to have this be as collegial and collaborative an enterprise as we know it needs to be. And I know the chancellor would like to make some comments in that regard.
So having sat in the seat of the president for 12 years at the CSU, one of the things that I thought worked extremely well, and I have already spoken to our presidents in ELT, is to, of course, you have relationships with our presidents. We know that. You take walks in the morning, you have dinners together. But what is important for having open, transparent conversations and shared governance is for the chancellor to know of any consequential conversations that you may have. So if someone is talking about starting a center with a board member, I would expect that the board and the president share with me, because that's something consequential that affects the university and affects the system. And so I've made that pretty clear, and I will be a chief reminder officer with our president, because there are deep relationships here. And that's a good thing, because you get to know the person, you get to know their campus, you get to know what they're doing. But if it's of consequential, may it be about budget, about wanting more money, about building a center, whatever that may be, I would hope that the trustee would tell me, or as well, the president will tell me. And I will tell you, they're already doing that. So I've been pleased that a couple of presidents said, hey, I've met with, and we talked about this program, and they're helping us with this. That's great. But this way, I'm in the loop and not caught blindsided.
Jean.
I think this is a really valuable conversation. And having had 2 campus visits in the last month, which I think really is the richest experience you can have as a trustee. I mean, it's just extraordinary. And I think that the memos that were sent out previously about what is the purpose of a trustee visit was very, very helpful. But I think that speaks to your point about relationships. I think it's really important that as trustees, we know the 23 presidents. We have a sense of them. They're the heart and soul of this institution. So I didn't see anything in here about, trustees visiting campuses, but I think that's something to be really encouraged and welcomed. And to your point, Chancellor, no surprises. I think that really makes enormous sense, and that's part of the, what's the word, the concept of our relationship to you and to all of the 23 campuses.
I have to say, you made me smile, because that was the very first thing Charlie Reed told me when he brought me into his office, and he said, I want no surprises. I will help you, and if there's a problem and I know about it, I will protect you, but I better not be surprised.
Jack McGrory.
Hey, hello. I was really surprised, I think, at our last meeting when I heard that there had been trustee visits to campuses where there was direction given, or there was, I can't remember exactly how it was described, that the trustees said that they were there to evaluate the president or something. I mean, I think it ought to be very clear that those trustee visits are for us to collect information. We're not giving direction to anybody. We're not evaluating anybody other than, in our heads maybe, or not, certainly not formally. And so that we keep these visits on the right keel. Otherwise, I just think it becomes an intimidating experience for the presidents and the cabinets.
Jack, thank you very much for underscoring that. And I turn it back to you, Roberta.
Now we're going to underscore very briefly the role of the board to act as a whole, and then the individual responsibilities of the individual board members, which we'll get to in just a moment. We restate this over and over because it's worth reminding ourselves that as individual trustees, we have lots of responsibilities, but our authority exists only as a member of a whole. No authority, no trustee has authority to act alone. It's extremely important to understand and appreciate. No trustee can commit the institution to anything. No trustee will speak on behalf of the university or the Board of Trustees unless specifically authorized to do so by the chair or the chancellor. And so it's important to recognize the official spokespeople for the university are the chancellor primarily and the chair. They're the only two. And unless you've been asked by the chair or the chancellor to speak on behalf of the university, it is your duty to keep your views as a trustee in the private realm, not in the public realm. Are there questions about that people? Lily.
Roberta, perhaps you can talk about trustees speaking with the press without clearing it first, or, letting the chancellor know that they're going to do so?
There's the reason this is the way we've chosen to conduct ourselves on this board is because there is no worse thing that can happen than a number of directors speaking crosswise with the campus leadership. It is devastating and undermines the public message, undermines faith and confidence that the chancellor represents the system. We have to be, and we are viewed as a monolith, and that monolith takes the form of the chancellor's public statements. Now, when we're in public session, as we are right now, of course, this doesn't mean you can't speak your mind. Mark, I want to know your true feelings about X, Y, or Z. This is the forum for you to, and if the press were to quote something you said in the public forum, well, that's fair game. But when you walk out the door and the press is waiting in the wings, and what they want is to hear a contrary opinion from trustee X that will contradict what the chancellor is saying in the public, because conflict makes good. I don't mean to, no journalists, I'm not trying to.
I just tweeted that.
We can even comment in real time. Tweets, for example, are, trustees shouldn't tweet either, we're laughing, but it's very, very important. If we're going to achieve all of the messaging that we discussed in the prior session, and we're going to do it with professionalism and effectiveness, we can't have a lot of different opinions being expressed in the public sphere. And that's just part of the role you agree to assume when you sign up to be a trustee on this board.
Thank you, because we have had issues with that in the past.
I know we have. Yeah.
Thank you, Lily. Leslie.
So I'm just going to be I don't want to say, I don't have a sense of how long this is going or where this is going. So I'm just going to offer a suggestion, if not for today, for future retreats, that I think it's so rare that we're all together in a room and have we had all of these really provocative, interesting issues this morning come up, and I feel like, and when we talked to the chancellor at lunch, and she was saying, well, we'll come back to this in the spring, we're together so rarely, and it does seem like so many of these, we mentioned this morning how well the orientation program is going, where this is covered, and I just wonder how many of these kind of issues couldn't be put in writing and taken for read, and us come to, if we have questions, and use this great time together to be talking about what we want to be and where we want to go. So I don't want to cut it short. I'm not sure if this is the rest of the afternoon or how long it goes, but I'm just offering the point of view, not speaking for the board, but as one trustee of using, this is like such a rare opportunity to collaborate and be going through ideas together rather than reiterating rules that I suspect all of us today probably understand well, but maybe we don't. So that's just a personal preference, and I don't know, I'd love to leave at least some time for that today.
And we will have that. So Roberta, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that actually is what happens next under Jack's guidance. So it was actually a perfect segue, trustee. That's perfect. Which leads us to underscore one more thing, and then it goes to Jack to lead the discussion. And let me also say that while you as a newer trustee have been through the orientation, we decided as part of this that it would be worth restating a few important principles and underscoring for the benefit of our new chancellor and a new relationship that she's creating with our trustees and with our presidents, that it would be worth restating the way she views the relationship and the subtleties and nuances and flourishes that she intends to bring to the exercise. So that was the thinking. And we'll have just one more statement, then I'm going to be turning it over to the vice chair for your discussion. We talked at length over the last 20 months about a healthy board culture and our willingness to show respect to each other and to the other principals in the system so that we might have healthy discussion, healthy agreement, and healthy disagreement that moves the dialogue forward. And I know you get it. Showing each other respect, no surprises. If you know of issues that you intend to address in the public setting and you know of them in advance, and there's any opportunity that your leadership or that the vice chancellors might have to address at least the factual questions that you may have in advance so that that can become part of the presentation. We wanted to make sure that people are highly encouraged and reminded to do so. Prepare in advance. Let others know if there are things that you're having trouble with. Let your leadership know if there are difficult issues that you feel compelled to bring up in the public setting. Not because you don't have the right to bring them up in the public setting. In fact, you do. And in a healthy board, they're brought up with full knowledge, and that way we can have a better, more affirmative, more positive discussion. Other comments on that point before we turn it over to the vice chair?
Seeing none, I'm going to turn the next section over to Vice Chair Jack Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to have a discussion among ourselves. We rarely have the opportunity to do that. We do hear presentations like this where we're reminded of the basic responsibilities of being a trustee. But as we were preparing for this, I really believed that the term board governance, although there's a common understanding perhaps, I think we never really talk about it from the point of, what does that actually mean? We tend to overlook the obvious. And I would submit, at least from my perspective, the occurrences over the past 3 years with the one chancellor retiring, one chancellor stepping down, an acting chancellor, an interim chancellor for a year, and now our current chancellor, it really showed that this system can withstand a great deal of stress, but that stress, in my opinion, showed some cracks. And so, as we move forward now with a new chancellor, I thought we had a unique opportunity to talk about the basics in real substantive terms, not just in terms of what the rule says, but what does it really mean in practice. So I want to say that this is intended to be a safe space for trustees to talk about what our roles are, but it has to be a safe space because we are in public session. Please do not share anything we ever heard in closed session, collective bargaining, personnel matters, or attorney-client privilege. And just remembering that remembers how constrained we are in terms of things we can talk about. And I'm going to submit, at least from my perspective, and I'm going to try and be more of a facilitator than to just talk to everybody here. From my perspective, we should really cherish the times we're in public session and really talk in terms of what our views are and why we believe those views. Now, I have an exception to what I just said because we just passed out a summary of the very difficult time that CSU had with the adoption, actually being told that we'll have an ethics studies requirement. And I want to turn it back to Roberta Achtenberg here in just a second to talk about that. But the goal here is to really talk about our relationship with the Office of the Chancellor, our relationship with the students of this organization, our relationship with the Academic Senate and the faculty. And what does that really mean in terms of, for example, we're going to talk about we're a policy making. We're supposed to, actually the term is we're supposed to make broad policy. What does that mean? When are we getting into the weeds in our board meetings when we start talking about, by the way, I want to make sure that this particular thing is there. But let's try and set that up. And Roberta, if you can get 3 minutes, because I can sense that people really want to talk about this. I can feel it. Talk about the collision of responsibilities and interplay that occurred over the period of January 2014 to November of 2022 with regard to the ethnic studies requirement at the CSU.
Under Chancellor White's leadership, a task force was formed in true shared governance, academic policy form. A task force was formed to examine the ethnic studies curricula that is available throughout the CSU, and to understand, the charge was to understand what we're doing on the various campuses, the extent of student participation, and to examine whether or not there's more that should be done. The consultation undertaken by the Ethnic Studies Task Force took a course of 4 years of consultation in various forms. There were the Academic Senate undertook meetings on every single campus. There was extensive input from every constituency in the CSU. Very thoughtful scholars contributed to their assessment of the ethnic studies offering that was taking place on the various campuses. And a series of recommendations were made as a result of that set of deliberations. Simultaneously, interest was being shown on the part of the legislature In understanding the extent of ethnic studies education that was taking place on our various campuses, and a legislator and a series of legislators decided that they would attempt to propose that there be an ethnic studies requirement in the general education coursework that should be imposed on the CSU. In order to get a degree from the CSU, you have to satisfy general education requirements, and one of those requirements would be having to take an ethnic studies course. When it was originally proposed in the legislature, we were already undertaking deliberations in the standard way that the Academy does. And the first bill to propose that requirement was withdrawn, and our deliberations continued. In January of, in May of 2020, the task force made a final report, and the Board of Trustees considered making a mandatory course requirement of ethnic studies and social justice part of the general education requirement. Now, note that GE had not been changed in 40 years, so this was a huge, pardon me? It was a very, very big deal. And I mean, to be truthful, the legislature's interest in all of this was not unknown to us, shall I say. But in a deliberative fashion, the Academic Senate put before this board a proposal which this board adopted, that we would impose on ourselves a requirement to require general education, a mandatory course on ethnic studies and social justice. After the board deliberated and voted the first time, considered this issue the first time, in May of 2020, the legislature usurped the board's activity and acted on a statute that would require of the CSU, and did require of the CSU, the offering of an ethnic studies course, not an expansive course that would include social justice, other components, and Delcy and crew can elaborate on that if you have questions about what the broader would have entailed and the narrower that was adopted by the legislature. In any event, they adopted this legislation, and ultimately the governor signed it, and that became the governing principle. The legislation was offered by the CFA along with Dr. Weber, who was the sponsoring legislator. The Academic Senate of the CSU had adopted multiple resolutions opposing the legislation, in significant part, because of the precedent. Not that we didn't want to offer, we were about to offer and require ethnic studies and social justice. We were about to impose that requirement on ourselves. But instead, the legislature imposed their requirement on this board, leaving the board with the obligation then to adopt essentially conforming regulation, Larry, and we did indeed do that. But this is an example that Jack wants you all to consider, and it's not that far from some of the examples we heard about this morning.
The reason we wanted to put this before you is that none of us were there for this entire process. We've already heard about the process of shared governance. We've heard about the process of academic freedom. One of the things that strikes me in this immediately is this started in 2014, and 6 years later, it comes to resolution. I think that the pace of higher education is very different than the pace of things from institutions that some of us come from. And so this shows, in my view, the interesting interaction, if not the collision, between all of the things that we were talking about in real-world circumstances. I think Jack McGorry has a question, but before he asks that question, I want to get to him. If you'll turn to page 22 of our materials, you'll see the overview of the Board of Trustees. And in the highlighted section, there are 5 key elements that are set forth there. 1 is developing broad administrative policy. 2, providing broad direction and coordination for curricular development. 3, overseeing the efficient management of funds, property, facilities, and investments by the system and the universities. And then I'm going to skip over 4. 5, this one to me seems to be very important. Communicating to the people of California and understanding and appreciation of the current effectiveness of the future needs of the CSU. So I want to put it to us and have a discussion. What does it mean in terms of being able to develop these things, provide the broad direction? What does it actually mean in real terms in terms of what we need from the Chancellor's office, how quickly we can act, what our responsibility is? And I would ask the group, when do you all think, using hypotheticals or factual situations that are created into hypotheticals, when are we getting into the weeds? As you're thinking about that, Jack McGorry has a question or a point he wants to make, and then I'll open it up to the Board of Trustees.
Just a point, Jack, and I think Roberta brilliantly laid that whole thing out with ethnic studies. I was kind of trapped in the middle because every time the legislature's bill would move, I'd get a call from the Chancellor's office, call Tony, call somebody to stop that. And the problem with that is, as you said, Roberta, it was being debated for 4 years. None of us work in an environment where you debate anything for 4 years. You either look at it, study it, dump it, or move forward with it. But the frustration, I think, and Jack said a little bit of it too, the frustration is that the timelines and the speed with which things move. If I'm the legislature and I want to see ethnic studies in the curriculum, and you take 4 years to get it done, I'm going to blow and go. I'm going to get my own bill going, and you know, I talked to Tony at the end of the legislative process, and she said, "You're not going to stop this, Jack. You can't stop this. We gave you enough time to get it done, and the legislature felt like it was time to move on, and you know, we just didn't have any credibility. And there are a number of issues like this. We debated quantitative reasoning for 5 damn years. And then we finally end up with an implementation schedule that says we'll implement it in 7 years. And I'm going, wow, most of us won't be alive then. It's like this process takes too long. And the timeframes that we think of in higher ed are just not reasonable. And you know, my frustration is like the other day at the meeting, I said, Becky Eisen's big project was to reduce the number of GE requirements. And so her committee came up with the recommendation to go from 48 units to 36 units. And faculty was represented on it, students were represented on it, and it goes to the faculty senate for collaboration. And remember, I asked the question of our Senate representative, what happened to it? And she was just kind of sheepish about it. They buried the damn thing. So there's just not accountability in the process, either for timelines or for getting back to us. If you're fighting about this, if you're not going to get it done, let's have a conversation about it. But instead, these things just get buried, or it takes so long to do them, we don't have credibility.
Thank you, Jack. And before I open up to a complete conversation, I would note on page 23, it's in Education Code, that the California State University shall be entirely independent of all political and sectarian influence and kept free therefrom in the appointment of its trustees and the administration of its affairs. So the law says one thing, the real world says another, and we're functioning in the real world. I pose the question to the board, what do we need in order to be able to develop, provide, and oversee? I'll wait.
Leslie. Oh, your mic.
A strategic plan that we're all invested in.
Anybody else? Yes, Chris.
Well, I agree with what has all been said, that we move way too slow, and especially if we're going to close equity gaps and all this business. But and a plan is important, but the plan has to have metrics, and they have to be both formative and summative. And we have to be able to act upon them in real time. So, because it doesn't do us any good if we wait 2 years to look at the data and then thousands of kids haven't been served.
I would add that, oh, I'm sorry. Larry?
Well, clearly if you apply general strategic thinking processes, not so sure we do, but if we do, you start with a plan. The plan is the larger vision of where you want to go, where you are and where you want to go. And then from that, you are able to establish your strategic priorities. We lay those out clearly as to what the priorities are, but also what we don't do here that, frankly, I think Jack was alluding to, and you certainly do in business, is there's always an expected timeline, and there are points within that timeline that you're able to assess whether a plan is moving forward or not, falling behind, or whether or not at some point the decision is to come to you and say, we need to abandon this because it makes no sense. That process, I think, needs to be employed as we go forward.
Leslie? And then Doug.
And I agree, strategic plans have, timelines attached to them. But one thing that struck me in Jack and I and Jose went through the Senate confirmation / reconfirmation for Jack process. And one of the things that the legislators even said to us in a couple side phone calls after is they said, we've been so impressed by, I think, the three of you and watching our board this year. And they said that they were saying to their colleagues, we really need to put trust in them and let them do their jobs. And so I think that we have more power, not speaking out as individuals, but as a board. If we have a strategic plan and we have our timelines and the legislators getting in our way, we can, again, use our collective voice and gravitas and ability to influence to say this needs to be done now, and the legislature's dragging their feet. So again, I think if we have a North Star and guiding vision and values, we are aware of when things are taking way too long.
I believe, Doug, do you mind if I make a comment? So, this discussion brings up another issue, because in developing in our charges, we're to develop broad administrative policy, broad direction and coordination, and then we oversee the efficient management of funds, facilities. We have a strong chancellor system. We create policy, the chancellor administrates. I kind of touched on this, but if we were to come up with a strategic plan, wouldn't it or should it be that the chancellor should create a strategic plan for the CSU, share it with us, and then get input? I don't know, Doug, if that is anything accord to what you're saying, but what I'm trying to get here is, and one of the points I think we have to keep in mind, it was Julia, Trustee Lopez, said, and I think appropriately, we're a lay board, most of us, faculty and students aside, but we're a lay board. And so these are things that I think sometimes as we're going through our agenda, these are things that I'm hoping we'll keep in mind. Doug.
So when I first got on the board, there was an issue that I'd been hearing about just from people on airplanes and things that seemed to be a real concern. And I don't need to get into the specific issue, but at a open board meeting that came up, I asked a person in charge at a high level if we could find out some information about that so we could try to improve it for the students. And I was told, yes, but it would probably take 4 to 7 years to get that information. And that seemed extraordinary. And so afterwards, some people told me, they could get that in 2 months, that the deans had that, and they would just be compiling it. The reason I bring that story up is that a lot of the times that these huge delays are occurring is purposeful. And it's an effort to it's a pocket veto. It's a way around it. So for the people who have suggested that we really have timelines and stick to those timelines and ask the people who are doing those things what's going on, I would add my support to that to ensure that things get done and not just put aside as a way of not dealing with them and getting rid of the proposal.
Roberta.
The last time we did a strategic plan, it was, I was the chair of the board, and Jane Wellman was our executive staff. And it was a collaborative. It was a collaborative process that we undertook hand in glove with the chancellor, and staffed primarily by the chancellor's office and by a select number of presidents who also put their cabinets at our disposal. Jane was the chief executive and operated the, because as the chair, I was, the layperson that you, and still am, the layperson that you identify. And I tried to bring, and my colleagues tried to bring our acumen to the task, but we left a number of things to the professionals because, it was a very collaborative process. Granted, it took 2 years, but that was lightning speed, in terms of both getting it, seeking the input, putting it all together, and then taking it out to the campuses for ratification, which the process of shared governance really requires. So it could be, maybe it could be done even more rapidly in this day and age. We have a lot of things. We had computers, but that's basically all we had daisy wheel printers, so it used to take a long time to print these things out. But my point is, the last time we planned in earnest, it was a collaborative process, and I might suggest that you consider it to be a similar process if you're undertaking the strategic planning that I hope you're going to choose to do.
Doug has a comment that I'd like
I just want to clarify what my words were saying. not all situations where it takes a while to accomplish something are in fact purposeful in delaying it. So I know of, one or two specific instances, but there's certainly times when those kinds of collaborative issues take a long time. So I recognize that and don't mean to impugn all people who have been involved in that lengthy kind of
I knew what you
conversation.
meant. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. So noted. Our faculty trustee and then Trustee Adamson.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clark. I appreciate your use of the CSU Ethnic Studies requirement as the sample case study, if you will, in our discussion about board strategic planning, especially in relationship to how it's related to legislative action on public higher ed. As I look at the handout that you shared with us, it's an impressive, detailed list of events that took place over the course of the 6 years. And I truly believe that part of the reason why the timeline is so long is probably because of the amount of time and effort that went into the shared governance process. And I think that the board did the best it could in terms of collecting information and getting the data to arrive at the Title V amendment for board action. But part of the reason why it takes so long is because when we talk about shared governance, we had talked earlier about the need for faculty purview of curriculum and looking at academic innovation. And part of the dilemma during those 6 years were when you were talking to the faculty, were you talking to the faculty in the academic CSU, or were you talking to the faculty in the California Faculty Association? Because there were differences of opinion in those two constituent groups. And it might have been helpful if there was an effort for the board or a trustee to either serve on any of those working committees to really get the information firsthand, very much like we did with the GE task force later on down the line. Thank you.
Trustee Adamson, before you talk, could I ask for a point of clarification? Well, no, I'm not. Oh, I'm just facilitating. We, according to our charge, are actually charged with overseeing curricular development also. I don't expect you to speak on behalf of all the faculty, but from your perspective, what should be the board's, pursuant to our charge, what should be the board's involvement in curricular development?
I'm only speaking from my perspective.
Thank you.
And my perspective is that I think it would have been helpful if there was some interface between a member or some members of the board with the faculty on either of those two constituent groups to better understand the issue either for or against that particular bill. And I think if there were trustees on the board, they could have shared their perspectives with the faculty and vice versa. And I think there could have been a better communication path to getting to where we needed to end up at, and it would have taken less time, perhaps.
Thank you. Trustee Adamson.
Well, I think 6 years for this, and it actually being dictated by legislation, was an answer to, are we inefficient? And the conclusion by the legislature was, we're inefficient, so they're going to do it for us. You can't take 6 years to do something that they feel is important. And we have to set a parameter when we start one of these projects. And we can have shared governance, but shared governance isn't a 6-year shared governance. It means if this is a priority, we need to move it forward. And that means they need to move it forward. That means their input needs to be gathered much more quickly. And this was a great example of us letting this just go until somebody else took charge and said, all right, if you're not going to do it, we'll do it. But that wasn't what I wanted to say. I wanted to go back to strategic, because now we're getting into the details of one thing. What I wanted to say was, with strategic planning, Jack, you asked, so where is it? I think, I'm not a proponent for Roberta's lifetime employment as a consultant with us. But her suggestion about a collaborative process, I absolutely support, and I think that's what's necessary. It shouldn't be us, the board, developing a strategic plan and giving it to the chancellor and saying, now go implement this. That would be absolutely disastrous. I think our chancellor, her key staff, working with a board, some board input, should develop the plan. The plan should be brought back. We then consult at that point, and there's a timeline. There's not a timeline of 5 years to consult on the plan. You know, there's a window that's acceptable for everybody to give their input in it, and then it's finalized and brought back. And that plan includes, as Leslie said, you know, the components of each one of these strategic initiatives and a timeline for their expected decision making. And then we as a board make that decision to adopt it. And that's the way, frankly, strategic planning works.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula and Trustee McGrory.
Can you remind me, Jack, the question you had posed to us to start this whole thing? No, and I'm asking on purpose because I want to make sure I got all the words right.
So my original question, and I had to modify because we only have so much minutes. No, I went through on page 22, and I talked about what does it mean when we're supposed to develop broad administrative policy, when we're supposed to provide broad discretion, just direction and coordination, and then from a lay board's perspective, how do we oversee effective management and funds and the other things? And then the last one was, what is the means we communicate all of that to California?
Great. Thank you. I think this is an important, so I have two thoughts, I think. Let's see. This is an important time for us to remember that we are an engaged board from that list that you showed us, Roberta, that we're not one of the others. So I think what that means is we aren't showing up once a year and just saying, doing great, go get them, keep it up, team. We also aren't down in the weeds. We're somewhere in between. I think that has to be consultative to start between the board and the chancellor. My assumption, but I would love to hear from the chancellor too, and then I think this is why it's important that we as a board are having this, is my assumption is that we would set collective goals as a board and a chancellor for where we want to be driving, that we would then name the metrics by which we would know we're meeting those goals, that the chancellor and her team would then have broad discretion on the strategies they're going to put in place to drive towards those goals, and that we as a board are not down in the weeds about what those strategies are, but rather we stay at the level of, okay, we set goals together, we've named the metrics together, and we're going to look at whether the strategies you all have been putting in place are driving us closer to those metrics or not. And if the answer is or not, then a question we are very much, I think, in the right to ask without getting down in the weeds is, so now what are you going to do? So what now is the plan and the strategy? But I would encourage us to stay at the level of goals and metrics and oversight, not down in the level of, one individual board member, know what should be happening at one individual campus to get them closer to graduation rates. But I do know that we should care about graduation rates, and it's on us to make sure that all of our campuses are moving closer. Whole thought number one. Whole thought number two is, we are not doing this in a vacuum, and our inability to do it at a particular speed will have consequences. We have a deep and appropriate commitment to shared governance. When that comes up against a time horizon, we just need to know that other folks who exist in the world, it will either diminish our credibility that we care about things because they just won't. I mean, I certainly know that when I talk to people about sitting on this board, the idea of the length of times, they just think way less of us because it takes as long as it takes to get things done. And so we need to know that, and we certainly need to know that folks up in Sacramento if we are not being responsive to or moving at a particular speed, I worry that they will continue to overreach. And so it is something, I think your words were intentional, Roberta, when you said it was not unknown to us that they were also looking at this issue. And what worries me is, had Sacramento not been doing this, would this have taken 6 years or 10 years? Or potentially never have happened because Sacramento wasn't also putting legislation. And so there's a sense where we may say, trust us to do this, but honestly, sometimes unless Sacramento's all up in our business, we're not doing it. And so we need to both remain committed to shared governance. This is not a statement that we should walk away from shared governance by any stretch. We are deeply committed to it for a reason. It is the best way to run an institution like this. And we can't fall so prey to, we do shared governance, that we're willing for things to take 3, 4, 5 years that really should be getting done in a matter of months or a year, not multiple.
Can I ask you to follow up on something?
Sure.
And I would ask the other members of the board to consider this. In order to perform that function, and you used the term a few times to not get into the weeds, what do we need as a board from the chancellor and her office in order to be a deliberative body that can perform these functions? If you want to think about that, I can call on somebody else.
I have a thought on this only because Nathan Dilsey and I have already talked about this. I'm so proud of the work that we did as a board and that the team did around Black student success. I actually think that is a model of what we could be doing more of as a full board. By way, to get more concrete, in that particular case, we had data that we all agreed on. We had a set of goals that we as a board didn't create. A team of experts got together and said, these are the 13 best practices to ensure that we are better serving our Black students. And so we as a board said, here's what we care about, Black student success. We then put a team of experts to actually create what are the recommendations. They brought that back to us. And then we said, you don't need to go do all 13. We didn't tell every campus, go do all 13. We said, now each individual campus, which of these are the right moves for you to make to move Black student success on your campus? And then I hope we as a board are now going to keep coming back to this, and Chris and I on ed policy have been saying this, okay, when are we gonna come back and look at that? What have each individual campus put forward? It's not on us to tell them pick 2 and 5. We're saying, which are you choosing? And then we should see, are they actually moving the needle on Black student success? I would hope that we could do that around all graduation initiative metrics. And if we could get to that level as a board, and that takes clear understanding of where we are, common goals that have been set, and then appropriate authority given to the chancellor and campuses. That would be my humble one person on the board recommendation of what I think this could look like for us to, with urgency, move the needle forward, but honor shared governance and the balance between board and staff.
That, sir, was not humble. I would ask other trustees to think about it, and I believe Jack McGorry has something he wants to say.
No, Diego couldn't have said it. He said it great. I just think in terms of operating principles and our relationship between the Board of Trustees and the staff, that we need to hold the staff a little more accountable than we have in the past. I mean, for us to fumble around with ethnic studies for 4 years, I would say in response to your statutory issues, Jack, that you cited, at some point in time, you forfeit the right to have exclusive jurisdiction over the curriculum. If you're not responding to what's going on, and remember, during the reason the legislature moved so fast, we were going through all this police violence. We had all these issues around law enforcement going on, and there seemed to be a lack of sensitivity to ethnic issues and race issues. I mean, they felt urgency, and I agree with them. And if we have an issue for 4 years and we don't do anything about it, if the legislature wants to move, they should be able to move because we're not doing our job. And I think in the future, and I think what Diego was saying was, if we're gonna take on an issue like ethnic studies or GE requirements or quantitative reasoning or something, there ought to be a timeline and there ought to be accountability.
So noted. And I believe Trustee Rodriguez wants to make a point.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Hello, everyone. I am happy to be able to at least join you for a little while today virtually. Such important conversation. Vice Chair, you asked us, what do we need? I would say something that came out very specifically in our last retreat, also in the last board meeting, is we need strategic communications. And I think that there is, when we are trying to do these incredible initiatives and doing the good work that we're trying to do, but folks don't know about it. Some of our key audiences that really need to know about the work that we're doing is we need to be able to distribute this, our compelling and consistent messaging that we are doing the work, that we are making sure that we're making headway on some of the things that the legislature wants us to do and that we want to do, actually. These are things that we want to do. But we need a strategic communication process. We don't have it. And we need it to be able to engage with these key audiences with the same messaging that we can all give as board members. So just something that I want to be able to add to this important conversation.
Thank you for that. I don't see any hands raised. I would like to make a comment.
Is Jose's card up?
Jose, I'm sorry? Are you sure? Okay. Just a comment, and we have about, I believe, 7 minutes left. This last charge of communicating to the people of California an understanding and appreciation of the current effectiveness and future needs of the state of California speaks to me with special force. And part of the reason is that we should be, in my opinion, a deliberative body. But in order to be a deliberative body, we have to have enough information in terms of not just here's a proposal, but we need to understand the reasoning for the proposal and the alternatives that were considered so that we can, as a board, consider that and perhaps agree with what's being put before us. Along that line, if we're going to be disciplined board members, which I would like us to try and be. In other words, I've heard it said somewhat roughly, we need to stay in our lane. I'm not sure that there is a lane. I think that depending on the issue, I think the guardrails have to move, have some flexibility. But in order for us to give due respect to this system of a strong chancellor system, and I do agree with that, and I strongly believe in that, this board is engaged. I don't think, unless there's some huge change in the makeup of the board for some strange reason, I don't think it's going to get unengaged. So that's my perspective on this, and it's part of the reason I was hoping to have a part in this conversation. But I would ask if it can be articulated from your perspective as fiduciaries, what is the difference in this context between policymaking and administration? I'll wait. In this context, and we've all had at least a couple of meetings, more than a couple of meetings. In this context, what's the difference between policymaking and administration? Because we have the administrator sitting here.
Collaboration.
Okay, collaboration. Trustee.
Policymaking and administration, to some extent, they overlap to the extent that they, again, tie in with the integrity of the organization overall and our overall goals. But I do think it's, so for example, we have a lot of board policy. We have board policy that is our responsibility for administering, and we have values for the CSU as a whole that could translate into policy in terms of saying it might be our policy. It's our goal, right, to have certain percentages of graduation rates, to have certain, those are strategic goals that would then translate into, to get to that end. We want to see this in a year, this. But in terms of how to get there, that is staff. And so that's administration in terms of how to implement the broader range goals that we mutually set. And I think no strategic plan, I completely agree that the strategic plan itself is useless unless the administration, staff, and ultimately the campuses buy into it. It has to, the whole point is that we all walk out with the same elevator pitch, with the same pride in the success, and that we understand and all are rowing, not to use 1,000 metaphors, but in the same direction.
I hear that. My metaphor was we don't need to be on the same page, but we need to be in the same section of the library.
Like that.
Got it. Trustee Campbell. Yes.
Okay. So I just, having been on the board a long time now, second only to Doug, I think there's always going to be a tension around this. We've heard about, this. I think lanes and weeds are very subjective, So much in life, there are rules, but then, there's always exceptions. And I think that depending on the strengths and talents certain trustees have, they move into perhaps more of, I don't want to say administrative, but, say more direct influence or control perhaps, which isn't a bad thing. So I think just it's important that we have these, overarching sort of goals and rules, but we recognize there's going to be tensions and there will be going out, crayon, painting outside the lines and everything, that we just, continue with, going back to our conduct, good humor and grace and patience with each other and the staff. And that's not to say we should be getting things done in, less than 6 years.
Thank you for that, Trustee Gallarducci, and then Trustee Vargas. Oh, I'm sorry. So we'll finish this up. We've got just a few minutes. Trustee Gallarducci, Trustee Vargas, Trustee Malakar.
I'll be brief. So I'm thinking from my perspective, the board, in collaboration with the administrator, develops and implements the strategic plan, and the administrator, in collaboration with the board, develops and implements the action plan. There is a symbiotic relationship between the two to ensure that metrics are met, that metrics are sustainable and achievable and time-bound. Because the legislature will always give you lead time. They'll give you time to do your thing. But if they sense that it is not moving fast enough, then they will act, and I've seen it many, many, many times. So I think that there has to be a metric-driven piece of this, and that really is what I think we would want the chancellor to do to ensure that at the campus level, at the task force level, at the committee level, that those programs, those objectives are being met in a timely fashion.
Thank you for that. Trustee Vargas, and then will the faculty trustee, you get to back cleanup.
I'm going to try to connect some dots that may not be obviously connected. Like you, Jack, like number 5, communicating to the people of California is what I really gravitated towards. And then when you just reminded us that we're an engaged board, and Trustee Rodriguez bringing up strategic communications, in what ways, at this time of change, which we've said in time of crisis, in what ways must we effectively engage with the student body who are a part of communicating to the people of California? And I'm asking that, and thank you, Roberta, for reminding us that, the chancellor and the board chair are the ones who are spokespeople. But we're also at this time, if Trustee Lopez hadn't presented the way that she did with evidence and with facts, for example, I don't think I would have voted the tuition increase in the way that I did. Now, having said that, and Trustee Arambula knows this, when the vote happened, there were specific members of us who are on social media that got completely just clobbered. And still, my Instagram DMs are still, and then I've been struggling with, I can't speak as me. I have to, I'm part of this board. And I feel like that has to be a part of the engagement that we're talking about. If we're an engaged board, it means the way we communicate and engage with our student body must also be dynamic. And I'm struggling with, I don't have an answer for this. I'm struggling to figure out what that looks like, right? Because, I'm fine with messages, although sometimes I wish people would just not use such crude language. But I just feel like, and I was just asking Roberta, the last strategic plan was 2006 to 2008. So I'm curious, what does that look like at this timeline for us? And given that strategic communications is clearly one of your priorities, Dr. Garcia, where do we see that fitting in this? Because I have to tell you, I personally, as a trustee and also as a graduate of San Francisco State, and as someone who's undocumented and Filipino and in the last public comment, I feel like I have to respond. I have to be able to say, this is why we voted the way that we did. This is the reason why. And because I'm accountable to the students of this system, not only the undocumented ones, but to all of the students, right? And so that's something I'm really struggling with.
I wish we had started this or set it aside for a 2-hour block, because everything you said deserves a complete examination. Every single thing you said. I would ask, as a facilitator, if our chancellor and the office of the chancellor could take into consideration what you just said and give us ideas. And then as a board, I'd like to set aside time to talk about what you just said.
Let me clarify, by the way, and say that I actually reached out to the chair and I think the interim chancellor at the time, just to take screenshots and just share and then say that I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to follow what the rules are. But at the same time, also, people like Trustee Rodriguez, given our kind of who we are, I think we're specifically targeted. So figuring out how to engage, I think, is really important.
Yes, please.
So thank you so much for all of everyone's comments, because this is the start of what I am hoping that we will be able to address in the immediate months, particularly with hearing the six-month goals for our chancellor, but also in preparation for our April retreat. We have so much that we could talk about today that we're only touching on, and that in April, what I'm hoping that we'll be able to do is really to talk about strategic planning, goals, metrics, what our one-year strategy is going to be as a board. Are we going to set a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year strategic plan? So this is just the start of it. We're taking notes on all of the comments, and hopefully we'll be able to address them. And we have some immediate goals that we're trying to address in terms of communications. So that's just the beginning of so much work that we have to do as a board.
Could I make one just last comment? I would like to engage in that conversation, but I'm going to try and be a disciplined board member. Since I said that, I think that would be a good thing to do. And now we'll finish the faculty trustee, if you'd like to say one last thing on this subject.
Yes, thank you so much, and I really appreciate this conversation. It's so important. I just wanted to echo what some of you already said, but I think in terms of the board policy making, I see it as planning and developing the overarching goals and objectives which are measurable. And then for the administrators, I really see the importance of implementation and evaluation, and then going back to modify if we need to. I also appreciated what Jean said about communication, but I also think we need to build in consultation and collaboration as well. So thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair, that'll be the last word on this subject.
Well, thank you so much, Vice Chair Clark. Thank you so much, Roberta, also for your presentation. It really allowed us to delve into so many topics that are important to this board. So we are going to take a break, and we'll be back at 2:45. Thank you.
This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's.
Welcome back. As members of this board, it is our greatest responsibility and highest honor to more effectively position the CSU to advance its mission to increase student success and access, and thereby helping to drive California's social and economic prosperity. One of the most immediate and tangible ways we can meet this responsibility is by actively and strategically supporting Chancellor Garcia. Throughout her service, of course, but especially during the initial months of her tenure, as she outlines her vision for the CSU and works to advance her 6-month goals, moving from glide path to action. So without further delay, I am honored to invite Chancellor Mildred Garcia to provide an overview of her 6-month goals, as well as some of our tactics our university presidents and system-wide leadership are employing to achieve them. Chancellor Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Fong. Before I begin, I want to reiterate and emphasize something that I have shared with you previously. I do so because I wholeheartedly believe it is critical to the near and long-term future of the California State University. And you've heard this throughout the day: shared governance and collaboration. I do not share my goals with you this afternoon for your information. I share them with you for your participation, for your collaboration. The CSU needs your expertise, your extraordinary intellect, your wealth of collective lived experience, and your heart and passion for our mission and for the students we love. You have heard the chair and me refer to the CSU as the nation's preeminent university. I believe that to be an objective fact. But to not only live up to strengthen that position, but to meet that extraordinary responsibility as a national model for inclusive excellence and social mobility, and as an educator of America's new majority, it requires coordinated and strategic collaboration among CSU's leadership, the Chancellor and the Chancellor's Office leadership team, the CSU's 23 amazing presidents, and this great board. So please consider this session not as a presentation, but as a discussion and conversation. While some of these goals are overlapping, and you've received that ahead of time, I have grouped them into 4 major themes. After I outline my 6-month goals and provide some examples of tactics being deployed to meet them, I will invite Chair Fong to join me in facilitating our conversation. I want to hear your thoughts and ideas for how our shared goals might be further refined, for how we might powerfully tell our story to all our stakeholders, and for how your talents might best be leveraged to help us realize our vision for the next 6 months and well beyond. As I mentioned this morning, and as the day's agenda confirmed, we have opportunities before us. Our potential is extremely limitless, and the stakes have never been higher. With that, the following are my 6 goals, organized into 4 groups. And the first is trust building and strategic communication, telling the CSU story. We've been talking about this all day. Here I have organized my thoughts for goals 1, 3, and 11. And what I will say to you is that we must continue to strengthen trust with key constituencies that are integral to CSU's administrative and governance leadership. It is key that we continue to have open, transparent relations with the board, providing information to the board, and in return, the board can help by informing me if someone comes to you with consequential information, as I said earlier. One example I would share: as Chancellor, I will remain aware of important topics to be able to share with the board chair and the board, such as unfortunate campus incidents that may occur, and making sure you are informed, things that may come out in the press so that you are not surprised. We will also proactively ensure the board receives appropriate information. We've heard that today as well. That allows it to be informed as well as effectively and efficiently exercise its important decision-making function, ensuring that we pay attention to language. And I've heard that we must define such critical words such as critical and consequential. What does that mean? And making sure that we can explain that. I will share an example from Vice Chancellor Freeman's presentation provided at the board report, where she talked about the COSN Title IX report and how detailed you saw the report and how information was given to you. We intend to continue to provide that kind of information for you to be able to participate, provide advice, make decisions. In supporting and building trust with presidents is also extremely important. I am ensuring, and we have reorganized our executive leadership team meetings where the presidents have input on what we speak about, how we break up into groups, and ensuring that they're engaging in topics that are consequential to them, important to them, and hot topics across the system that have really far-ranging implications, such as opportunity gaps, or the Israel-Hamas war, and the impact that has on our campuses and our society. We also need to learn from each other's campuses. These universities are doing great work, and this is a time where they can share, and they've mentioned that to me. We want to have time where we could share promising practices among each other to learn and adapt as necessary. I will also be touching base with each president on a regular basis and meet with new presidents, especially once a month. Having timely annual presidential meetings and updates on their goals will be continued, further ensuring that they have the support necessary to succeed, and ensure that there's a rigorous onboarding that includes assigning a CSU, I would say senior, presidential mentor, as well as an assignment of a senior president outside of the CSU, since they do have the experience of the ASCU's New Presidents Academy, where they can have someone outside the system who can mentor them as well. Next, of course, is building trust with our vice chancellors and chancellors council, holding chancellors council meetings once a week, meeting with each vice chancellor regularly, scheduling a team building retreat that I want to do in the spring, and ensuring that we speak about the goals and there are metrics and there are goals and that they are accountable to those goals the way that you are measuring my performance. In building trust with faculty, I had my first meeting with the Academic Senate already at the beginning of the month, and I will continue to meet with them to ensure open lines of communication. And of course, it's also building trust with our staff, where I will begin to periodically meet with staff and walk around and get to know staff and ensure they know the value they bring to the CSU. Obviously, this conversation cannot be complete without building trust with our students. They are the core, the heart, the heartbeat of the CSU. And so it is essential that I listen to students' voices through our meetings with the CSA leadership and ensure that I am hearing their concerns, their suggestions, their advice. Of course, building trust with the governor, state and federal legislators is extremely important. Continue to meet with the governor and his staff to discuss pertinent issues such as the intersegmental relationship between the community colleges, the CSU, and the UC. And already on December 7th, there'll be another meeting where I will attend virtually with the leaders of systems and the governor for his Council for Career Education. Working with staff and state relations, I have already had many introductory meetings via Zoom with state legislators, and there's a plan to visit Sacramento regularly. In the area of federal relations, I am awaiting a plan this December that will delineate what has been the focus in the proposed plan to ensure the voice of the CSU is prominent on critical issues nationwide, such as doubling Pell and the inclusion of systems like ours in getting grants that not only go to research universities, but ensure that these grants are serving the students and faculty and staff that we serve, which is America's new majority. Further, I will be keeping my relationships with the U.S. Department of Education and attending their meetings as well, both virtually and in person. As you know, I've been sharing with you from the very day I began that we must tell the STIA story boldly, passionately, with data. And so it is extremely important that we have a Vice Chancellor of External Affairs and Communications search that has just started. Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg, for being on the committee. The search committee has already met. The position has been posted. And I encourage, if you have wonderful candidates, to make sure that you are recommending them, because this is a wide open search. We will not settle. We have to find the right person. You heard that today from almost every single one of you, how we must have strategic communications in everything we do. Moving to slide 3, which is continued strategic planning, accountability initiatives in key areas. And this is it's goals 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, and you'll hear a lot about it now. We must continue with strategic planning and accountability initiatives in critical areas. And we've been talking about that too today. I will be guiding the creation of a system-wide enrollment management advisory council. The council appointments will be made in December. President Neufeld and Trustee Steinhauser will be co-chairing. Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. And the first meeting of the new council will be in January, so that it can include the consulting partner, who will be Chancellor Emerita Jolene Kester, and make sure that she is working alongside of us on that. In addition, Deputy Vice Chancellor Dilcy Perez and Deputy Vice Chancellor Evans and Vice Chancellor Relier are working in collaboration with me to create a system-wide strategic enrollment management plan that will allow us as a system to hold each campus accountable for meeting their targets. Further, we are proceeding with an enrollment reallocation plan that at that time Interim Chancellor Kester and the team worked on prior to my arrival. And each campus has been asked to prepare a reallocation plan that includes the importance not only of enrollment, because it's not only bringing the students in, it's also retaining our students. And here I want to give you an example of Stanislaus State that I think is really interesting. Stan State reorganized its enrollment management enterprise and realigned resources to address needs in financial aid, as well as recruitment and outreach. The university hired an associate vice president of strategic enrollment management with extensive expertise in outreach and recruitment. It created a cross-divisional enrollment management work group tasked with implementing tactics to increase enrollment and retention. It simplified the application process for returning students. The university initiated a campaign to engage 1,000 stop-outs, and it is participating in the Chancellor's Office pilot of the Second Start program, which is a program that supports students who wish to return to the system to complete their undergraduate degree. We will also transform Graduation Initiative 2025 into a new student success framework. We have had our GI 2025 symposium, which several board members attended. Thank you very much for joining us, where we're sharing system-wide data, promising practices from campuses, and engaged teams on how to finish GI 2025 strong. We will be reviewing and refining a new student success framework in January to implement across the system. As many of you know, the work of the financial aid work group that looks at total cost of attendance continues, and they have been meeting regularly to create policy recommendations that are scheduled to be discussed in the January Board of Trustees meeting. This is extremely important and key to student success. And I won't belabor, but you have heard the Cousin O'Connor report and how we will be implementing that. You've heard that at our board meeting. You will be getting updated reports, and you will be informed of that. And Goal Group 3, budget, labor relations, enrollment management at the core of what the CO manages. It includes goals 4, 5, 6, 10, 12. Lead and manage system-wide budget. One of our most important tasks is providing leadership and guidance for options on how to best allocate resources to the 23 universities. Earlier this week, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier, Deputy Vice Chancellor Evans, and I met to discuss the fiscal health of the campuses. This goes hand in hand with my goal to provide leadership in real time in the system's 23-24 enrollments and preparations for 24-25 enrollment and beyond. Also, through the work of the Sustainable Funding Model Work Group and the Strategic Enrollment Management Work Group, we have been provided recommendations on diverse options available to meet a clear deficit in funding. One thing is very clear from the work of this group: long-term sustainability requires adequate resources for the CSU to fulfill its mission. We will continue to model scenarios to find the best solutions for the systems, and we must and we will continue to advocate for additional funding in Sacramento, and in our request to legislators for additional funding, we will work to provide knowledge about the options available to us and what problems each scenario creates and solves. In addition to the retention and enrollment initiatives that Deputy Vice Chancellor Nathan Evans is coordinating, we have engaged Deloitte's higher education practice to identify multi-university collaboration opportunities for shared services to reduce university costs, streamline processes, and enhance quality and efficiency. Also, as you know, I will participate in the selection of new presidents of Stanislaus, Bakersfield, and Fullerton. And I know Chair Fong and I will not settle until we find the right candidates for those positions, and I'm looking forward to seeing the slate that comes before us. As I shared earlier, I am committed to onboarding our presidents and setting them up for success. So I will remain committed to presidential evaluation and support, with particular attention, as I said earlier, to our new presidents, including mentoring by the internal and external that I expressed, and Chancellor Emerita Kester will participate with helping the new presidents as well. Group 4, implementation and follow-through, a focus on accountability and transparency. I am deeply committed to implementation and follow-through. It's about execution and getting results. And we must do this together. I have made it very clear to my team that we will course correct when necessary, and it also means holding ourselves accountable and remaining transparent. Title IX, as you heard earlier, recommendations, we will continue to work diligently on addressing those recommendations. In addition, it is a standing item on our executive leadership agenda. Campuses are currently developing and will submit their implementation plan to Vice Chancellor Friedman by December 15th, and presidents will be held accountable. In the area of NACPRA and CalNACPRA, we also must follow through with ensuring that we're following the recommendations. I met with and will stay in touch with Assemblyman Ramos regarding NACPRA and to reaffirm our commitment as a system, and as well as my personal commitment on this issue too. As you know, President Morales and I has also been named the CSU Presidential Advisor for the Native American Initiative, and he and I met with Assemblyman Raymond Hitchcock and the Native American Heritage Commission to discuss our CalNACPRA and NACPRA work. We pledged to work together and keep each other informed. CalNACPRA and NACPRA are also presidential priorities. As an example, in response to the CSU NACPRA-CalNACPRA audit, Sacramento State and many other campuses have elevated all NACPRA and CalNACPRA work to the President's office and are planning to hire a tribal liaison or NACPRA coordinator for this work. As Tomas Morales, as the advisor, provides strategic leadership in advancing tribal relations with the California State University to Native American students' success, expand academic knowledge of indigenous communities, and preserve cultural heritage. This important role includes advising presidential colleagues and system leadership in developing respectful and culturally competent relations with sovereign tribal nations. A priority of the Native American Initiative is the complete repatriation of ancestors and sacred items in compliance with NACPRA and CalNACPRA. And President Morales will be working directly with Marianne Reyes in the Office of Advocacy and State Relations and Adrian Tafoya, the CSU CalNACPRA project manager. In addition, we have begun to implement recommendations from the Black Student Success Work Group. As you know, the Black Student Success Work Group sent a call for cross-divisional efforts to improve the culture and sense of belonging at the CSU. We are leading the implementation of recommendations by overseeing the system-wide campus inventory and campus action items, and also engagement in a culturally responsive outreach campaign and distribution of an RFP for the statewide Office of Advancing Black Excellence and contributing $1 million to the base funding to support it and help manage the distribution of one-time funding of $10 million over 3 years. The universities have all conducted a self-assessment inventory this fall, and Academic Affairs and Student Affairs is working to summarize information received and will be making a recommendation on funding allocations in the spring. In addition to Black student success, campus leaders across the system are also redoubling their efforts to recruit and retain Black faculty and staff through cluster hires, professional development offerings, and intentionality around building a sense of community for them and for all employees. For example, Fullerton has developed a partnership with the Orange County Community Foundation to create the Black Student Scholarship Fund, as well as a Black Alumni Network. This has helped Black students create connections with the university's Black alumni, who often serve as the mentor. Fullerton also created Ujima Smart Start, where Black students are able to move into residence halls prior to other students and get a jump start on creating a sense of belonging. This year, Fullerton will work on developing a comprehensive plan for retention of our Black students through an expanded Smart Start program that focuses on math and English requirements. The campus will focus on the active recruitment of Black faculty and staff and institutionalizing its equitable pedagogy module, requiring it for all incoming faculty. Another work group we will be addressing is the one on housing for the faculty and staff. It's a Faculty and Staff Excellence Work Group. President Emerita Tom Cropper is working on looking at options of what is possible in his presidential transition assignment and working collaboratively with the Chancellor's Office and our presidents. Some examples of this goal across the system are Sonoma State is a partner in a community housing trust for faculty and staff to purchase housing below market and has arranged for a mortgage referral program with local credit unions. In addition, the campus owns a 90-unit apartment complex 9 miles from campus for faculty staff and manages 18 on-campus apartments for faculty staff recruitment at market rate. Another example of campus efforts is that Cal State Fullerton's recently approved master plan lays out a plan for 50 faculty staff housing units on the south end of the campus. The planning process has begun, and they are completing a financial feasibility study. Fullerton's Auxiliary Services also owns University Gables, which is affordable housing for faculty and staff who meet income requirements. Turning to a statewide proposal, in 2016, Governor Jerry Brown signed legislation that allowed school districts and their development partners to utilize low-income housing tax credits to develop affordable housing for teachers and other school employees on district-owned land. In 2022, the legislature extended this ability to include community colleges on community college-owned land. At the next board meeting, Advocacy and State Relations will submit a proposal that represents an expansion of existing authority to allow a CSU university and developer to use low-income housing tax credits to construct affordable rental housing on university-owned land. CSU employees who earn below 80% of the nation's median income would be eligible to live in that housing. The tax credits would likely only be utilized in high-cost living areas. This proposal will extend this authority to the CSU on CSU owned land. Madam Chair, that concludes my review
of her 6-month goals. Yay. So I turn to the board. Do you have any questions or comments with regard to Chancellor Garcia's 6 months goals? And also, how we as a board can actively and strategically support her in achieving these goals. So any comments, questions from the board?
Darlene.
Darlene, please.
Thank you, Chair Fong, and thank you so much, Chancellor Garcia, for your 6-month goal plan. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the second goal, which is continue strategic planning accountability initiatives. During lunchtime, some of us around the table have mentioned that we had been going to various campuses and visiting them and learning about them. And in speaking with the campus constituents, several of them, many of them mentioned some of the same concerns they had about students having difficulty using the system-wide admissions application app, the Cal State Apply. So I too myself as a faculty member, when the students try to go into Cal State Apply, we faculty or we staff on the back end as we're trying to review the applications, we use WebAdmit. And I see lots of applications that are started, but they're never completed. And so some of those students I actually reach out to, or they reach out to me and tell me that they can't upload the transcripts or the bios or the letters of reference. So I think given that our system is concerned about capturing as many applications as we can to increase our student enrollment, I think whether it's one of the inter-campus synergy efforts you mentioned, Millie, or looking at how we could work together as a system to increase the number of application completes, if you will. So that would be one comment I would have to share with you. Thank you.
Leslie.
Thank you. And you have so much to do. So I do think I would love to use this opportunity to hear how we can support you. It would be interesting for me to know what you think about our board meetings, how you if you've given any thought yet, or if you plan to maybe how any changes you would suggest based on your, wealth of experience, understanding how so many entities operate. And, in listening today, one thing, two thoughts I have, but again, I would love to have time at a future retreat or board meeting, if not today, for us to talk about maybe how to make the board meetings as dynamic and impactful as possible. And one thing I was just thinking in hearing Darlene's comments is, it does strike me, we're all operating, going to campuses, learning, and I don't know that we've created a board process for allowing each other to digest what we learn. Like I have been I know when I was, for example, on the LA County Board of Education, and we would, at the top of each meeting, but there were 7 of us, not 20 of us, we would say, visited this campus, learn, it was interesting to see this. And so I wonder, is there a written way to do that? Is there a way to share information so that, so that every visit doesn't start from scratch? It might be interesting for me to then walk onto the same campus to Cal State Sonoma, for Sonoma State, where Jean was 2 days ago, and say, following up on that. So that's one idea, is just how do we share what we're learning as individuals? And is there any way maybe even to share that with the public, which might again make us, I would like to be able to share how engaged we are with the broader community. And I guess my one question based on the morning's conversation and just seeing the word strategic planning up there, although I wasn't even clear if that tied into just the specific initiative or strategic planning, but I wonder where in that 6 months fits, or what's going to come first. Like, given how important we all clearly see strategic planning, I would hate for that to just sit dormant until our April meeting and start from scratch there with a 2-hour strategic planning is such a process. So it would be interesting to hear your thoughts about how maybe you want to put that into motion and how we could be helpful to you to not have to wait 5 months for anything to happen on that front.
Strategic planning, let me begin by saying I have been here 2 months. And so I want to learn, these 6 months is for me to learn as much as I can, along with this board, to move what has already been started. This is extremely important work because the public is looking, we have made this very public. And these 5 workflows have to move. In addition, we've heard a lot already that we should document, we are going to document, of ideas of what our strategic plan should look like, or some of the directions that we should go in. That should be documented and shared with the board, and that would give us a jump off to then work in April. We won't be starting from the beginning. This is the beginning of having a discussion of where this board wants to go. There are so many wonderful thoughts and directions that there was consensus on this board. So if we documented all of this, shared it among each other, had probably some literature on how boards do strategic planning, use our experts in Jane and Roberta, we will not be starting from the beginning. We will be starting we're starting today, quite frankly. And I'm not sure if anybody disagrees with me, but I believe we've started that today.
Question that I've wondered, because so far knowing that that you've only been here such a short time and not wanting to overwhelm you, a lot of times if we have ideas or thoughts, we chair them through the chair of the board. But how would you like to hear our input? If we have thoughts about a communication that goes out or something that seems linked to, something that we hear about you or a conversation, do you want us to pick up the phone?
Yes.
What's the best way to communicate with you?
One of the things I think I've been doing is calling you and saying, hey, hi, how are you? Do you have anything you want to say to me? Anything on your mind? That's a good time. But if something comes up, text me, and I'll say, I'll call you after I finish this meeting. I'll find time. This is when I can talk, or let's schedule some time together. You all have my cell number, and it's on 24/7. Ask the presidents. So that's why it's always here, so that if someone needs to reach me, maybe a board member, a president, I need to be available.
Thank you. Jose.
Definitely, please pass along the job posting for that vice chancellor role. Has that been passed along? I'm sorry, maybe you already gave it to us and we don't have it. Because I think that's really great if we look also think creatively outside of the box that I think we would usually go to. And the second question, I guess, to the chancellor is, having been a president, I think this puts you in such a great position to tell us how we can be, not just how we use this time as wisely as possible. I have to say, in my limited time on the board, all the pre-reads, I thought coming here, having read all of that and then gone through the presentation, moving forward, how can we just be as judicious of our time when it comes to that? So I think the all the deliberations, right, being in the same room, because nothing really replaces that. And I know that the Chair Fong has tried to make sure that we can be here as much as possible, because there is nothing, it's tough, by the way, with everybody's schedule, but I think we will try. I'm certainly trying. But I think some guidance from you about what was it like being a president of a CSU and now being in this role, not now, but whatever that could be, I think would be useful, just so we know in terms of how we evaluate, but also how do we hold ourselves accountable? So that's something that I think I've been trying to understand for my own role.
So in terms of sharing the job posting of the Vice Chancellor of External Affairs and Communications, we'll make sure that the board receives that. And then, Millie, do you have any quick thoughts in response to what Jose was saying, the difference between being the president of 2 universities and now being the chancellor?
You know, one of the things that I will always remember what it means to be a president in a system. And I have to keep that in mind as we have these conversations, because the presidents are working extremely hard on our campuses. And so understanding your role as a board and the president's role and trying to bring you their perspective is extremely important. That's number one. Number two being the difference is that I don't have a university to run, but I am working with 23 really wonderful presidents that need an ear, that need to support, that need to be held accountable, as you say, and ensuring that I am as supportive as I can be, because their success is the university's success, is the student's success. And so that to me is really important. And the other thing is, the difference is that we've taken notes. Our presidents will hear what you're talking about. If they didn't have time because they're running their campus, at executive leadership team, I will give them a synopsis of your thoughts, your ideas, where you want to go, so that they feel okay, and get them engaged as we've seen. One of the wonderful things, I don't know when it started, that has started with this board, is you're engaging the presidents in the board meetings. They are not just sitting there. You are engaging them, putting them on panels, having them make presentations. That's important, because you get to hear their voice. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but maybe just kind of a follow-up to that. So in the next retreat that we're going to have in April, is there a mechanism for us to suggest like some ideas for discussion that we would want to discuss?
Yes, absolutely would love that.
Because I know, like, we've had some conversations privately about also what is expected of us time-wise. I know for me, like, that was something because, we're all at different, I think, points in our careers, not one size fits all. And I want to be as engaged as possible, but also knowing that, again, like, we all have different kind of responsibilities, and just making sure that we're all clear on that. So the boundaries, I wish I could say that, my phone is on 24/7, but I'm trying not to. So like, what does that look like, right? But yeah.
That's good.
Thank you. Doug.
Actually, I just wanted to follow up on Leslie's interest in how we get together after campus visits. And Darlene and I went to Sonoma a couple weeks ago, and there were a couple issues we thought were sort of interesting. She's already talked about one on the applications, but we were thinking of trying to set up a Zoom quick meeting with you, or both of you. And but then I heard that Jean was at Sonoma this week, and I'm thinking, is there a way to maybe structure something so that when there's a few people at the same campus, we could do one contact, and it would be, somebody could automatically set it up and try to communicate if we have anything to let you know about that. Usually it's good stuff, but just sometimes interesting things. So that is the other thing. Is shall I talk to Michelle or about setting something up?
I think it's a good idea.
I think what we can do, it's a great idea. It makes sense that we share information, have a general debrief. And so what we'll do is we'll talk with Michelle, with the chancellor, and see how we can facilitate this, because it really is an excellent idea that we all learn from each other and from these invaluable campus visits. So great idea. Okay, Diego.
I have 2 comments and 2 questions, or maybe a question and a suggestion. Here goes. You brought these to us, Chancellor Garcia, asking how did these sound? They sound awesome. I think this is exactly what we should be focused on over the next 6 months. And I love that they're also 6 months, which gives us an amount of time to not just stop doing anything, but to say, great, this is what we should be doing, as we then have the time to think ahead and plan more long-term. So overall, I think these are amazing. Within that, I particularly loved, this is point 2, that implementation and follow-through was one of the goals. I think so often we can always just be looking to what is the next thing and forget that we have taken on really important charges. And so to see that the Cozen O'Connor report is on there, to see that we're still focused on CalNAGPRA, to see that we're focused on the Black Student Success Work Group, to see that the things we've committed to, we remain committed to, is a testament, and makes me very happy, so yay. So now the question and possibly a suggestion. I think you've heard from a couple of my colleagues here something that I would posit falls under okay, great, so we're talking about these today. What is the best way for us to use our incredibly limited time together to come back to this regularly? And so this is as much a question, I think, Chancellor, to you as it is to Chair Fong and to all of us. How do we use our very limited board time in ways that get there? I think that Interim Chancellor Kessler had an interesting solution, which is she named, here are my goals, and every single Chancellor update, she came back to, these are my goals, here's the progress against those. So I would say that's one solution. I know that Roberta and Jane have heard me talk about this before, that I'm also intrigued by some other boards who have done concurrent committee meetings, because I believe that might give us more time to get deeper into a topic during our, rather than make our board meetings 4 days long and everyone sits through every committee and they're just longer. We might say, well, maybe campus planning and grounds is happening at the same time that audit's happening, it's happening at the same time as, and in so doing, we might have a chance to go deeper in ed policy and really get in to look at our performance against our goals. We might have a chance to go deeper into finances and really go deeper into financial aid. And it might allow us to maximize very limited time that so many of us have, while also maximizing the amount of impact. So that would be my humble recommendation. And I'm sure there are reasons why and things we can learn from other boards about challenges that brings, but it's something I would love for us to at least explore more to see if that's one way we can stay on top of these things and engage more without adding more time.
Really interesting ideas, Diego. So if you can explain to some of the board members who may not be aware of concurrent committee meetings, I know that the UC does this. And so, I would love to hear that explanation and then actually get some feedback from the trustees while we're here.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I was actually pretty, this is the first board I've ever sat on where everyone attends every committee. And I remember when I was preparing to join the board, I watched committees and I was, so I watched them and I was surprised. I'm like, oh, they're all there again. And I was like, oh yeah, they're all again in the Dumpke. And I was like, and so I had a wondering, I was like, is everyone in every committee? And there is huge value in that, because then when we come together as a full board, we've all already been exposed to and had those. So I don't want to minimize and say there's no reason we've done it, but the concurrent board, every other board I've ever sat on, allows folks to get a little bit more specialized and spend more time going a little bit deeper in particular subject areas. It requires from us as a board more trust that others have gone deeper. And so then when I'm chiming in, I'm not starting from zero. I'm saying, great, the finance committee really has gone deep. I've done all of my readings, but I'm really sort of trusting without having sat through. So, and what we may decide is everyone should sit through, pick a committee. But I do think there are times for us to actually separate out and go deeper.
Lily, please.
I'm just curious, Diego. So do they happen on different days? Or are they happening the same day in different rooms? How does it work?
it's different in every situation, but, so on one other board that I have a real problem, I can't say no to board, so, that's my own thing. If my wife is watching this, okay, great. On that particular board, they happen on different days. That is, but there are other boards where you just say, great, you can't sit on this board, or you can't sit on that committee and this committee at the same time because they go off. And during this time, we just have 3 committees going off. So you sit on one of these 3, and they just go into different places and are happening.
Leslie.
Well, I'm not positive how the Regents committees work, but also being on 8 boards at the present time, every other one does have boards meet meet concurrently or off of the regular board meeting. So I don't know of any that could take place. I think the beauty of the meeting outside of the normal board meeting schedule is that the chancellor and the chair of the board could still attend each one if they care to do that. So they don't have to be concurrent. It's just that board members, that's not how we're using our scarce board time, and we're saving people time by trusting that committee members will go deep into, let's say, 2 different areas. And one of the benefits to being on a board, many of us, appointments are 8 years. So over the course of that time, people rotate around committees and they become experts. So by the time they're maybe have the opportunity to be leaders on a board, they've been on multiple committees, just not all at the same time.
Thank you. Jane, please.
A small comment. You may recall we did a survey last year of all the other public systems, NASH, and one of the questions we asked was, do you meet as a committee of the whole or concurrently? Overwhelmingly, the pattern is to have committees meeting concurrently, and most of these boards, including this one, can't meet off cycle because of public meeting laws. So there's certain constraints you have to work with, but I think that it's possible to do it if it's something you want to try.
But just to clarify, you could meet off board meeting dates as long as they're scheduled and publicized, right?
Publicly noticed and all that. Yeah.
Is this something that we as a board would like to have some research done on this to pursue?
I think the Office of the Board of Trustees can take this and do the research necessary and provide some scenario for your consideration.
All right. Thank you.
Do you have a question?
Yes, please.
Diego, I want to go back to updates on these goals. Some of these, of course, are 6 months, but they'll be forever. Title IX is going to be forever. We're going to have to be on top of that. It's a national, international problem. There are some of these that we will, graduation initiative. But I'm curious, are you saying my board report? Are you saying, I'm just curious as to how Jolene went through all her, every time she called you? I'm just curious.
No. And more, I meant to just ask you, how can we be best in coming back to these? I know that Jolene was very diligent in her board report updates. So the public report she gave to the start of the board, here are the 6 goals that I set. Let me tell you the progress we've made against those 6. I found that to be very helpful as just honestly, because we poke in and out and we are lay people in this, it was a helpful reminder, oh yeah, those are the 6 things we're really focused on. And they never felt new, but they were helpful reminders. And then it held her accountable and us accountable to keep coming back to. So I thought that was one way, but more than anything, I'm just asking our chair and you, how might we be of best service, and saying, if these are the 4 things we're running at, how can we as a board then be the best board possible in being supportive in driving towards these four? And what might that look like at regular board meetings?
So one of the things I really want to do is get to know all of you a little better and your strengths and where you see your strengths, right? So for example, I know some people have gone up to Sacramento already with Trustee Fong, our chair, and our vice chair. And they went up to Sacramento, and this is something that they want to do. They're interested. That's great. Works with our governmental relations office. And I heard it was a glowing success. But that is something that they're good at. I know others of you are. If that's true, let me know. I know others. I've spoken to Jose Antonio as well in communications. He's got some really great ideas where I can use your talents, your wisdom, and your expertise to help us continue to move the agenda.
So that's why it was so critical having the conversation that Jack led in terms of our board role and responsibilities. One thing that, as you may know, I really want the board's advocacy to expand, because this table is made up of remarkable people who have great relationships, who are articulate, who are passionate about the CSU and our students. So Jack, Clark, and I were up in Sacramento on Monday. It seems like a long time ago, but on Monday. And to have substantive, real conversations, 1-hour conversations with key people. And it's something that we were able to tell our story, to also explain the reasons, for example, our budget needs. And so it's something that I'm asking our ASR team in Sacramento, and Millie and I are wanting us also to have a much expanded presence in Washington, D.C. And I know that when Nathan Dietrich started his position in January, he called each of you to find out the types of relationships that you have and what your passions are, and to have us represented in Sacramento and Washington. So that is just one thing that we can support the Chancellor in. Leslie.
So I would just, you mentioned like those calls took place a year ago, and I think many of us, we were talking at lunch how, you know, some of us have such close relationships at all those levels and have never been asked how we could be helpful. And so it would be, you know, it would be great to, you know, I would love a meeting, a retreat even, where you actually went around the table and heard how people could be, because we could utilize, you know, it'd be nice to even get to have that conversation with each other. We don't really talk to each other that way, but certainly on the advocacy front, maybe in addition to just taking notes, because clearly they're on somebody's notes who we have relationships with, but you know, I think we could be more helpful on that. And a group of us were talking about that at lunch today.
So you're speaking to the choir. And absolutely. And it's so wonderful having Chancellor Garcia so believe this as well. So it, again, is on our long list of priorities that we are going to accomplish, and it's going to be a beginning that is going to continue to grow. So that is something that I am going to be asking the Sacramento team, our Washington team, along with the Chancellor, for us to be using you. You are such a source, such a treasure of relationships, and being able to articulate our story. Jack.
Just a brief comment about that, and I really want to compliment Nathan Dietrich and his colleagues up in Sacramento, because they really prepared us well. And this goes along the line of Trustee Furstenberg's comment about collaboration, that we were not simply sent up there to say, hey, you know, just kind of tell whatever story you want. We were prepared in such a way that we could help, not do it completely, but to help articulate the needs of the institution. So This is one of those things where I think there is opportunity. Again, we just have to be disciplined board members.
You know, we're talking about how you could help me. The other way you could help me is opening doors for me for places that you think I should be in.
And that's in a lot of different ways, whether it's advocacy, philanthropy, relationships with businesses, that type of thing. Any other comments? Oh, I see Anna.
Yes, hi, Wenda. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I know Leslie has brought this up before, but I just wanted to highlight again philanthropy. And I think that this just hasn't been a big enough focus of the board or the system. And it's always kind of brushed off like, oh, you know, there's no capacity. People don't want to give. I mean, it's just too big of a system to ignore philanthropy. I think the trustees are committed to philanthropy personally and have connections in the community that can be helpful. We have to draw on our alumni and students and create that culture of giving, because we have given so much to our students, and they, you know, need to be taught the culture of giving and giving back, not just in money, but time and mentoring other students, internships, just the culture that you see in a lot of independent universities. And I think I'd love to see a task force done on this to understand the capacity that the system has, and, you know, by individual campuses, and really, you know, put a focus on this, because the funding is needed and it's just untapped, and we need to put some emphasis on it.
Anna, thank you so much for bringing that up, because again, that is a list it's on my priority list. And I love the idea of a philanthropy task force. So in the January board meeting, we are going to have a presentation on philanthropy, because we are in the CSU, frankly, we're in the baby stages of philanthropy. There is so much opportunity. We're the largest system. We have over 4 million alumni. We have 460,000 students. We have 56,000 employees. We all should be donating. We should all have that embedded in us. So it's something that I love, the idea of the philanthropy task force. Going to add that to the list, Anna. So thank you so much. Leslie.
I obviously love that suggestion too. But one follow-up is maybe if, Michelle, if you send something out to board members ahead of time, if we could submit questions regarding that presentation ahead of time, we might be able to get ahead to say, love to have this addressed in that presentation. We could start out a step ahead.
Excellent idea. So that we can have a really effective presentation and have it be productive. And just thinking about that philanthropy task force, one of the trustees just sent me a text saying that, Anna, you should be chairing that task force.
I was waiting for that, Wenda. Happy to help.
You know us too well. All right, any other comments or questions? Chancellor, did you want to have any closing remarks?
Ready?
Well, no, for this particular segment with your goal setting.
Well, I really do thank you for your input and your suggestions. We are going to be moving along as quickly as we can. There are so many things that are so important that we want to make sure we follow through on and get done. Any help that you would love to give me, I am fine with that. And of course, if you need to reach me, you have my cell number. All you have to do is text me, and I will find a way to get back to you if I can't do it at that particular moment. But I do want to thank you for engaging with these 12 goals. Thank you for helping us, because we have a great team that's going to move this forward, and they are here listening to what you are talking about as well. It's not only me. I can't do this alone, so I need all of you. And I need this amazing group of individuals behind me and the 23 presidents that are so dynamic. So thank you.
Thank you. And also, I just want to remind you that with philanthropy. We are in mid-search for that Vice Chancellor of External Affairs and Communications, and that person will be overseeing philanthropy. So, this is something that we all have a desire for. It may be a little bit of a delay before we really start on that, but we're going to really be hopefully supporting that person full force. So I just want to say that this has been an important day for this board. The robust and thoughtful discussions we've engaged in today are highly reflective of this board's commitment and that of the entire CSU leadership to not only meeting the challenges and opportunities before us, but in leading the institution forward with compassion, conviction, collaboration, and courage, so that the CSU can continue to elevate lives of even more diverse and talented Californians through the lifelong and life-changing benefits of a CSU degree. At this time, I want to invite our amazing partners and retreat facilitators, Roberta and Jane, to guide our final session of the retreat and provide an opportunity for your reflections and observations of our discussions today, the themes that emerged, and our collective roadmap for the future. So I will then, following that, provide my own closing remarks as we look forward to planning part 2 of the board retreat later this spring. So Jane and Roberta, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You were so eloquent in your last comments, I thought maybe she's going to skip the recap. Roberta and I haven't had a chance to confer on this, and this is really off the top of my head. It's been such a rich conversation, and I know we're not going to get it right in this first swipe. So let me commit at the outset. We will. The staff have notes. There'll be a record. We want to make sure that we don't leave things here because there was a lot of important observations. I guess I always pack things into themes, and I heard what you want to do, why you want to do it, and how you want to do it. And what you want to do is you want to educate the new majority in California. You want to do that with quality. You want to do it in a way that is affordable. You want to maintain, not just maintain, you want to improve access. You want to maintain the role of CSU in the civil society. This is not just about cranking out degree earners. You have a social, educational, cultural, civic role that's very important. You want to meet California's need for workforce, so this needs to be forward-looking and anticipatory of what those changes are going to be. And you want to build trust in, and this may get to the how, but build trust in and demand for CSU. And so that opens up a whole category that you kept coming back to in the conversation about messaging and communication and understanding the audiences and varying messages for appropriate audiences, making better use of technology, driving your messaging off of data, that if this is not grounded in authentic lived experience and real performance, it won't work. Particularly for the skeptics among your audience. You want to build a reputation of CSU both within California and nationally. And that's necessary in order to do the other things you're going to do. It isn't just because you want to tout how good you are, but it's a necessary part of meeting your role. And you want to, this was a smaller note, but I want to bring it up again. You really need to tackle some of the aspects of your performance that get to the cost critique and the quality critique in an authentic way. It's not just about messaging. You need to bend the cost curve internally, Probably that's not done through just cost cutting. You got to think about what you do and where you do it, and be willing to have conversations as you put together your enrollment plan around consolidation of degrees and some other things, and thinking about how that works, because you've got to be able to show a skeptical audience that you're not just about more, but effective and prudent and effective stewards of their resources. Why you want to do it, I mean, that's the whole conversation about the challenges in the environment and the threats to higher education and the risk to California if the demand for CSU erodes, and if your ability to translate students into successful lives is threatened, that presents a pretty bleak future. And that there's a sense of real urgency around this, and not letting the events of the external environment overwhelm what's going on, what you're able to do in California. So public trust in higher education is one of your most important commodities, and no question it's at risk, and that's got to be job 1 through 10. And the how, I won't try and belabor it, but you did spend a bit of time talking about how you want to work, and the language of collaboration and consultation kept coming up, and shared governance and the value of shared governance. The first principles behind shared governance, I heard a little bit that the audience doesn't understand it, maybe has forgotten why that's important. So rather than just saying we believe in shared governance, unpack why that's important and why it is something that you need to consistently, potentially reinvent. I mean, just because shared governance meant one thing 10 years ago doesn't mean it's exactly that way tomorrow. But the principle of faculty role in academic policy seems pretty sacrosanct, and rather than just saying we do it because that's the way it's been done, unpacking that for your audience seems to be pretty important.
I would say there'd be at least 3 work products that we'll need to start pursuing immediately after this conversation. One is the sort of strategic communication, storytelling, repetition, public persuasion work product that I know you're getting started on now, and that we have to define much more expertly, much more definitively, and put forward with intentionality. Buttressed by an institutional research capacity that is many times more sophisticated than we've been working with. That capacity will have to be built over time, but it's never too soon to start now, and we need to start that now and create research capacity and a quantitative and analytic capacity that's worthy of this system. So that's a big job that the Chancellor has agreed to undertake, and that we as a board need to be collaborative with her in that regard. We need a strategic plan. And it doesn't start in April. It actually has started well before today. The staff work that has all been done with the Chancellor and the board chair and vice chair's oversight that prepared us for this retreat today is part of the foundation that we will perfect to a much greater degree, taking into account many of the things that you've said today, and we'll start iterating that process and really doing it deliberately so that we can bring to you a product for your consideration, at least preliminary consideration, in April, so that we can get the ball rolling on this so that after the chancellor has lived through her first 6 months, we can get started on the rest of her life and ours, the life of the university. I don't want to get lost. The focus on the 40%, I don't want to say that we fail, but in the 40%, that is not the 60% that we graduate. I thought we heard that loud and clear, and that has to be at a minimum, at a base of how we operate henceforth. I also heard that we have to anticipate changing political, we have to be cognizant, we have to survey the territory and assess the risks, and cognizant of the changing political attitudes, and we have to be in front of it. I think Trustee Vargas said, and in addition to all of that, we need to plan for the worst. And I hadn't really thought about it in that way, but he's absolutely right. The headwinds we're confronting are potentially catastrophic, and we need to treat that threat with the seriousness that it deserves. It's a big agenda you've outlined, but I think it's a serious one, it's an important one, and it's one that's worthy of this board and of this institution. So I congratulate you. And we'll commit ourselves to being of assistance as you pursue the work ahead.
Well, thank you so much for the... Jane, I do want to ask you something about, you had said about unpacking how we explain shared governance, and that we should, can you give us some suggestions of how we should do that? Is that within board meetings, in particular reports?
I'm not really sure, of course. I think your processes have come to substitute for your principles. And when you talk about shared governance, you talk about process. And I think it's important to talk about the principles behind shared governance and why they matter and why they are worth preserving and or possibly refreshing. And one basic element of that is the role of faculty as professionals and experts in the field, and not substituting outside judgments for that. They know what they're doing and they should be trusted. So trust for and respect for the profession is a piece of it. A piece of it is wanting to make sure that our institutions are not become servants of the government and not servants of truth as we best understand it, whatever that means. You don't want to have a national curriculum. You don't want a Ministry of Education for good reasons. But shared governance also means participatory and respectful internal dialogue prior to decision-making within the institutions. And that's not just with faculty, that is with all of the men and women who play other kinds of roles in the university that are so important to student success. So I think that's what I mean by it. I think, and I'm not sure if I got it right, but.
So for the chairs and vice chairs of our committees, I would like you to think about in the reports going forward in board meetings that you have that in your mind and actually express it specifically to those items that you're going to be presenting to the board. So we do have some time, and I would like to have the board as a debrief from the board retreat, your reflections of today, and also some suggestions of how we should go forward. Anybody? I'm going to call on people. Okay, Jack Clark. Thank you, Jack.
Well, I was the one who was trying to get people to say stuff a couple hours ago, so I want to thank the Chancellor and the Chair. This is our second retreat that I've been on the board, And I really feel that we're coming out of a difficult time. The quality of the conversation, something as profound and yet said so simply as our procedures seem to be, I forget how you said it, our procedures seem to be ruling over the principles upon which we should be acting. Something as simple and as profound as that makes this entire day worth it. I'm feeling very energized. Right now I'm a little tired, but I'm feeling very energized actually by what I see happening here. I think we have probably, she'll have to prove this, but I think we potentially have the best chancellor in the United States sitting at this table. And I really do believe that. I really do believe that. And I think if we can get behind her, and remember, we need to be a step behind her, not a step in front of her, I think some very good things can happen in the foreseeable future.
Thank you for that, Jack. Darlene.
Thank you, Chair Fung. I'm one of 2 new trustees on this board, and this is my very first board retreat. And I can't tell you how much I appreciated this retreat, because not only did I find it, in terms of content information, very informative, I really appreciated the discussions around the table, hearing different perspectives and being respectful of each other in terms of what we said and how we move forward with it. I also want to thank our chair, our vice chair, our chancellor, the people sitting behind them, and also our 2 amazing consultants, because I know these kind of events don't just happen. I'm sure a lot of work went into this behind the scenes that we don't know about, and all our support staff sitting along the wall with the IT stuff too. And I want you to know that Trustee Molina and I, during the September month, we had a 3-day new trustee orientation, which I think the rest of you helped to leverage for us. And I found the 3 days of meetings with the Chancellor's Office staff so packed full of information. I mean, you know, with some of the meetings, we met with them in person, others was online, but I walked away with piles of information. So I have to let you know, I think this is a great opportunity for those of us who are new to participate in these discussions, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you, especially our new chancellor and our board chair and vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Leslie.
I really appreciated today also, and just in hearing Jane and Roberta summarize the day, it was impressive how many ideas I think came out of the conversation. And I want to thank the 2 of you, because I think you just started, you grounded us to begin with in our conversation, and it was a very helpful first couple of hours. And I really want to thank new chancellor, chair, vice chair for leading us through this, and all the staff that prepared for this day. Just a couple thoughts for the next one and moving forward. I would seek input. I think it'd be great if you just ask for any ideas ahead of time of anything people want covered, and then you obviously digest it, and but to get that input. And is anything that could be read ahead of time and taken as read, I also think would be helpful. I love if we left time to go around a table to make sure we hear everybody's voice, and I think the more engaged every board member is, the better. So one other thought, once we know what the agenda is for the board retreat, it might even be helpful to put people in teams of 2 or 3 and have everybody responsible for a small little piece of a day. And because again, I think people really learn and are engaged if they have some responsibility for the experience. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Larry.
Well, first I want to say thank you to Jane and to Roberta for giving structure to this and guiding us in our thought process. I think that was incredibly helpful. And to you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, and and to Millie for putting this structure together of our discussions. You know, for 2 years, the board has spent most of its focus on negativity and how do we stop the bleeding. The Dutch boy with the dam, putting our fingers here and watching the water come out somewhere else. I felt for the first time, particularly today, we didn't spend time on that. What we spent time on is what does the future look like? And what's the role we need to play in making and ensuring that that future is successful? And I think that is incredibly positive and a reflection of the leadership that we have now and the view of this board of our new role emerging out of this time of difficulty. So I thank you all for that. My one comment is a caution comment. Having CEO of a corporation and go through this many years, as you come out of this with a lot of excitement with this massive list, I hope, and then all of a sudden it's that that commercial of the guy that's picking up the phone saying, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And he hangs up and says, how can I do this? I just hope that we realistically prioritize what's really important and that we make progress on these so that we can show our constituents and show the state that we are capable of making substantial progress over these next several years.
Thank you so much for that, Larry. Jean.
Larry kind of stole my thunder.
I just said what you told me to say.
So it's hard for me to believe that in March, I will have been on this board for 8 years. That's a long time. Because I was appointed to a 2-year unfulfilled term. In the first 7 years, there was one retreat. But in those 8 years, our world changed. Our world changed dramatically. We have turned the corner. We have turned the corner because of those 2 women and because of the 3 women and gentlemen who sat at the head of the table. We are indebted to you. And having been to 2 campuses in the last few weeks, it is thrilling to be back on campus where the students and the faculty and the staff and the administrators are so happy to be together again. And whatever format we decide on moving forward, hybrid, there's nothing like being together. There's absolutely nothing like being together. So I'm a very happy trustee, and I share Larry's concern. Millie, your list was too damn long, and no one can possibly do all of those. So let's focus
On the wins.
on the things that we must do in your first, well, you got 4 more months. But the thrilling thing also are your 23 presidents. They are the jewels of this institution together with you. So it's, so thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeannie. Diego.
Today was great. Part of the reason it was great, Roberta and Jane, you've heard, you've been getting your flowers. You should get more to our chair, vice chair, and chancellor, and to the whole team. I'd also say it was great, though. I was looking around the room. Literally every one of us spoke at least one time today, including the folks who are on Zoom. And I think each one of us has sat through boards or spaces where few others are contributing, and the feeling you then have is one in which you also want to pull back. And so I'm just proud of us as a board and the way we showed up today and the culture that sort of shows. And so just it is always more exciting to be part of a team who's all in, and this board is all in. So I appreciate all of you for showing up that way, and it makes it easier for me to show up that way. That's one reflection. The second is, I think you said, Roberta, that our last strategic plan was 2006. The iPhone came out in 2007. So the last strategic plan we had, there wasn't an iPhone. That's a problem.
How about the last one?
And so I'm just really excited for us to be forward-facing, as Larry said, to sort of be through the piece where we needed to do exactly what we did, and now to say, great, let's be forward-facing and say, what does it look like? Because the world has shifted underneath us since our last strategic plan. And I'm really excited about setting a new vision for what the future looks like. And today was a sobering, I mean, we should all reground in how we started today. It is a sobering reality that we sit in today, and the future could look so different. But I'm so glad we started that conversation and that we are collectively together ready to move into this next phase.
Thank you, Diego. And I am going to call on each of you who have not spoken to just have brief reflections. But one person I just really want to thank is our chair, who was the chair during the pandemic and carried us through a very difficult time. And so I would just like Lily to say a few words.
It was a damn difficult time. Today was great. We actually did have a trustee retreat on Zoom. Jean probably forgot it because there was another one, yeah, on Zoom. Today was fantastic, and I'm just gonna join the choir. Jane and Roberta, you guys have been fabulous, and I really, really appreciate it. I also appreciate what Larry said. I think we just went through so much, drama and difficult. It was just so difficult. And we were just, I know I felt like I was just, my vision was like this, trying to get through it. And so now, even though we discussed those headwinds that we're facing that I'm very concerned about, but I agree with Larry that it feels like we have a plan, or we're starting to have a plan, and that we've got just and I also want to say, I think our culture, our relationships have improved so much, and that's a result of the time that we're in now. So I'm very optimistic, and I've been on the board, it's going to be 10 years. My term is up in March. So I feel that the board is in good hands, and and I'm excited and optimistic about the future.
Yes, Ashley, Lily and my term, they both end March 1st of next year. Mark?
Well, obviously being new to the board, I'm, kind of taking it all in, and I, very much appreciate it today. Each meeting leading up to today has been great, and I've learned a lot, but this particular meeting has been very informative. And I would suggest that, we do another one sooner rather than later as a follow-up to this one, because there were some great things that were discussed today. And I apologize because it's probably in my nature. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So the foundation that we built and we talked about today, I think the trajectory of where the CSU is going is solid, but we need to be proactive in making sure that we've got all the I's dotted and T's crossed in the various aspects. And so that's really important. There's so many opportunities in front of us. California is in such a leadership role in many areas that I think the CSU can evolve around and amplify areas like climate and energy resilience and critical infrastructure, renewables and cybersecurity and AI. Those are areas where California leads the country, the world in many ways. And why not CSU be the center of excellence in these areas, right? That then gives us an opportunity to solicit federal granting to maximize the amount of money that we're getting coming in. I think back to after 9/11, there were universities that were selected by the federal government, Texas A&M being one, TEACS, that got billions of dollars to become a center of excellence for Homeland Security training. And I always thought, being a California official, where was California in this? We typically were leading the country before that happened in terrorism preparedness. So I don't want to be behind the power curve in these areas. This is all California, and we are California. And so very, very excited to participate in the board. And I think the future is bright, but we just need to keep our focus on it. So thank you very much.
You'll add that to your list.
Well, actually, it is on my list, and it's already been addressed in that we're in the beginning stages, but our Chief of Sustainability, Leslie Rowell, and have been in conversation with Roberta and with our Washington office about how we can get that grant money that Mark was talking about for the CSU. So it's something that we're just starting right now, but we are hoping that 2 years, 3 years, 5 years from now, that pipeline is going to be connected to the CSU. I'm going to call on Raji now. Raji?
Hello, everyone. Again, as Mark said, I'm one of the newer trustees, so we have a different experience compared to many of you who've been on the board for 8 years or 5, 6 years. But I want to start off by acknowledging Roberta and how she did such a wonderful job in our new trustee orientation. I think that was absolutely wonderful. It was a great educational experience and understanding the CSU. And just moving along, obviously, as we can all attest to, we had pretty exciting times this summer. So our first meetings were actually very eventful, and we did a lot of good work. And I have to say that today, Jane, I really appreciated all that you had to say. I appreciated understanding the reality of where the CSU is and how everyone is viewing us. I think that was so critical and so important. And so for me, today was very productive, even though I couldn't be there in person, but just understanding and listening to where we're at, but I think more importantly, where we need to go. And I appreciate everybody's dialogue today. I think it was very honest, very helpful. Trustee Vargas, your comments resonated with me. Those are things that have been on my mind. And I think today was wonderful because we got to share things that normally we don't get the opportunity to because of the work that we're doing that are on the agendas. So I think the retreat was a great idea. I hope to have one again sooner than later. And I think the retreat and events like this is how we do stay in front of things that come to us. So we're not waiting. It helps us to pivot when necessary. So again, as a new trustee, I've really enjoyed my time on this board. I'm learning a lot. It's an education unto itself. As our students are getting educated, so are we as trustees. And I think that's critical and that's really important for all of us to understand that too. So those are my thoughts. Again, it's such a big responsibility. There's so much to this, and we are so accountable to our students and to our community and our state. And I'm lucky to work with all of you, the staff, Chancellor Garcia, and all the trustees, because I can tell that this is something that matters deeply to each and every one of you. So thank you all.
Thank you, Raji. Jack McGrory, I'm going to call on you next. Jack?
I'm here.
Thank you.
What stuck out with me today is the discussion about a strategic plan. And as I look back on the last few years, the fact we didn't really have an operational plan probably led to some of the problems we encountered. The relationship between the chancellor, the board, the presidents. I mean, we didn't really have a good document that would guide us and that we were committed to. So I think today's discussion about that strategic plan is really important. We spent the last few years cleaning up a bunch of messes, dealing with ad hoc crises as they came up, whether it was Title IX or the enrollment crisis that we faced. But if we had a plan that we put all the priorities together and held ourselves accountable to that plan, I think we'd all feel a more comprehensive ownership of the system, and it wouldn't be such a fragmented kind of one-off thing. So I think Jane and Roberta, you guys did a great job guiding us. But I think futuristically, the next step is to really focus on the plan.
Thank you, Jack. Anna, do you have anything to add?
I mean, really not much. I mean, I thought it was a really great day, incredibly informative, and I agree with others that the direction the system is going in is the right one. Going forward, I just like to see a focus on efficiencies within the system. We don't really talk about costs or cutting costs much. It's oftentimes to approve things or add things that are quite costly. So I'd love to see a focus going forward on, areas that there can be cost reductions or programs that can be reduced. Jack mentioned that, or combined, because I think we can't just keep adding without taking away, because we're going to get into the same problem that we've been in, which just the budget is not making sense or, being balanced. So I think also looking at the administrative structure and, is that making sense as well throughout all levels of the system. So those are my thoughts, but thank you for all the wonderful presentations, and it was a wonderful day.
Thank you, Anna. I'm now going to call on Jonathan.
I was reflecting with Michelle outside as well, and I've been privileged enough to be in student government for quite some time and see this board during the pandemic as well. So I was a campus ASI president during the pandemic and when we were coming out of the pandemic, and just seeing how different this board is from that board, and just seeing how even throughout 1 year, 2 years, I remember my first board of trustee meetings, just the public comment that was that was there. That was my first introduction, and just seeing how the board at the time reacted to the public comment is very different from the way this board reacts to public comment, and just seeing that as a student is very nice. And it's really good to see the engagement that this board has, and I think the conversation was fruitful today, lots of ideas being thrown out. For myself, the biggest reflection and point of pride that I'm excited to see with Chancellor Garcia's leadership and with Chair Fong's leadership in your time left is just seeing how the CSU is going to be elevated, not just at a state level, but at a nationwide level. I also had the privilege of attending the HAKU conference recently in Chicago, and the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, and that was my first, as a student, nationwide conference. It was very overwhelming, but it was also kind of disheartening to see how the CSU was not reflected more. I looked at the statistics they had of how many Hispanic serving institutions are in the nation, and I think the CSU, out of the 23 we have about 20 HSIs. 21, excuse me. Yeah, 21. And I think for a conference such as the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities, they would highlight the CSU more. But I think I only saw about 3 or 4 CSUs highlighted, even though we have 21 HSIs. So I think moving forward, I'm really excited to see how the CSU is truly going to get out of that middle child mentality and story that we keep telling. And then we're enough of being this hidden gem. We're going to be the true gem that everyone sees. And I'm really excited to see that at the state and nationwide level, because the CSU has so many special things. Each of our universities has something so amazing, and sharing that with the nation is going to be amazing. And I'm just excited to see where we're going to be headed.
Thank you, Jonathan. Doug.
So I think it's, if I recall correctly, the end of Wizard of Oz, Dorothy's asked, what did you learn today? And so I feel like you know, we're in that position. And she says, there's no place like home. So I think, you know, there's no place like the CSU. So I want to thank Jane and Roberta. You know, a number of years ago, as Roberta was leaving the board as a trustee, I tried to talk her into staying, and because she could do great things continuously as she had for the CSU. So I'm particularly delighted that she has, you know, reincarnated in this this form. But thank you very much for Roberta and Jane, and of course all three of you and Lily. Interesting times. It's I was glad to see that we were focused on the message and telling the world, especially the people of California and the legislature and the publics that were particularly interested in our story and why they should support us. But I also think that Diego raised an interesting point that you can't tell a story of greatness and have people believe you unless you have the actual reality of that greatness. I think we have that. We're even getting it more. Sometimes we feel like we're in a higher education version of whack-a-mole, is that all these different problems have been coming up, but things are settling down. There's a few things we haven't talked about today. Obviously, you know, labor negotiations, those kinds of issues, but we'll get through it. And our people are great. Lior is on top of everything, and here's to the future. So I was very impressed today and look forward to the future just as well. I've got my ruby shoes.
Thank you, Doug. Chris?
Thank you, Chair Fong. And I, too, want to commend everyone who put this day together. It's been unbelievable. You know, strong governance teams have certain tenets. One is the focus on continuous improvement. The one is providing safe spaces for people to be vulnerable and to trust and to be respectful and to have good discourse. And that all happened today. And Chair Fong, I want to thank you for acknowledging Lily and her chairmanship, because that's about continuous improvement. We've come a long way, and it's about building upon these practices that we started. And there are two things that keep me up at night. One, and this is crazy, is the state budget. You know, I worry a lot about the state budget. And the other one is the equity and the wealth gaps that exist in our state and our nation. Because if we don't fix these, our democracy is at stake. And I'm not saying that to be, you know, 10,000 feet above the sea, so to speak. I really worry about that. And we know that they're growing. And the CSU is so positioned to change that trajectory. I just want to thank everybody because it's right here. And I echo the thoughts of that we need to have I know time is valuable, but can we meet sooner than later? And my last suggestion for everybody is that we have to take care of ourselves. And to the chancellor and to the chair and the vice chair and the staff back there, well-being is really important. Self-care is critical. I didn't do that well as a superintendent, so I'm just lecturing now everyone to do a better job than I did, because you'll be no good to the mission if you're no good to yourself. So that's my lecture for today.
Thank you so much, Chris. Jose?
So a little confession. I'm on 2 advisory boards, but I've never served on a board. So this is my first board. And I'm saying that because that was part of the reason why I was like, what am I agreeing to do again? Like, what's going on? Why do they want my tax forms? You know, and then when you went through the whole process and when we got confirmed and all that. And then something that Doug said earlier, I actually wrote it down. This is why your life will be better when you come here. So when you graduate from Cal State, this is why your life will be better. As I'm sure, you know, you all probably may know, you know, undocumented people can't vote. So we don't have a voice. We can't participate. And so part of the reason why I ended up saying yes to this, my first board, is because to me it was my way of practicing citizenship. It was my way of actually having some kind of voice in this way. And I think during this time, we are graduating more than just degrees. I think we are graduating people with a sense of belonging and with a sense of responsibility of what they're exactly a part of. And so when I think about, you know, my life and what I got from going to SF State, it was really a gift of participation. And I hope that that's something that we can kind of hold on. Because even though, Roberta, I do think about the worst case scenario, but when I do think of that, I think about it in a way of how do I then act with as much goodness and kindness against whatever that worst case scenario is.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you all for your remarkable comments. Before my closing remarks, I'm going to ask the Chancellor to speak.
It's been an amazing, amazing day. And all of you have said certain things that I had written down, but I'm going to repeat some of them. Yes, we are educating and graduating students who will have economic independence, who will live productive lives and have great careers. And as important, they will be engaged individuals in a democracy and in their communities. That, to me, is important. And as I listened to all of you today, it is so, I'm filled with joy that I have a board who understands our students and their needs, that understands that we are educating the new majority, that it's about, yes, their family, and it's about them, but it's about our communities. It's about this nation. It's about our workforce. It's about this country. And the reason I said finally yes is because of the impact that California State University has on this nation in educating the new majority. And being one of those students that worked 4 jobs, that had to go to school, not being able to be in activities, and seeing where I am today, that is why I'm giving back. And I know that is why you are all giving back. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think you will agree it was extremely helpful to take time to reflect upon and summarize and synthesize this information this whole day, and to identify those key themes that have emerged and the critical takeaways that will inform our future work. I want to give my heartfelt thanks to Roberta and Jane. Roberta and Jane, thank you for not only helping organize our agenda today, but for leading the robust and engaging discussions regarding the challenges and opportunities presented by this unique moment in our nation's history more broadly and in higher education more specifically. I also want to thank Vice Chair Clark for so adeptly leading our continuing exploration of what effective board governance looks like at the CSU as we transition from managing crises to creating opportunities, and what we must do responsibly and effectively to discharge our responsibilities as fiduciaries within a culture of collaboration, trust, and transparency. I also must give my deep and heartfelt thanks to our Board of Trustees office and our Chancellor's office team for all their work in producing this convening. And to our Chancellor Garcia, thank you for your invaluable participation today. Thank you for engaging us in discussion regarding your goals and priorities. But even more importantly, thank you for your collaborative spirit and your call for authentic partnership among the CSU's leadership as we develop and realize a shared vision for this remarkable university system. I am confident that I speak for my colleagues when I say that this board is beyond eager to honor that spirit, and we are ready to answer that call. And I'm pleased to announce that our spring 2024 retreat is designed to do exactly that. Significantly, that convening will include our university presidents, and the agenda will engage the CSU's collective leadership in longer-term strategic planning, the refinement of that critically shared vision for this university system. In addition, we will identify strategic issue-based topics for intensive and focused deep dives with subject matter experts from across the CSU and beyond. And also, as with the suggestion by Leslie and others, if you have topics that you'd like to become involved in, please let me know. And as we develop this agenda, I will share that with you so that you as well can give us feedback and any type of input. Pardon? No, we're talking about April. So we have not set that date yet, but we will hopefully do that soon. So finally, we will set initial goals for the board's work as well as protocols for regularly assessing our progress and making any necessary in-process adjustments, reflecting and advancing this board's commitment to continuous self-evaluation and improvement. To say that this has been a momentous convening is indeed an understatement, I think. I believe that it brings the opportunity to positively impact the CSU for decades to come. Of course, I would be remiss if I did not thank each and every one of you for your participation and for being such magnificent board members. As always, it was your enthusiastic, thoughtful, forthright, candid, direct yet respectful participation that made this retreat such a success. And that makes me so proud to have you as colleagues and friends. You have my deepest respect, appreciation, and gratitude. This concludes the Board of Trustees Fall Retreat. The board will reconvene for our next regularly scheduled meeting. It will be a 3-day board meeting. It'll be January 29th, 30th, and 31st of 2024. Notice of the meeting will go out in the ordinary due course 10 days in advance of that meeting. And until then, I wish you all a joyous, peaceful, magnificent, blessed holiday season. Again, thank you so much.
The Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly. This is the California State University Office of the Chancellor's live stream. Please adjust your audio accordingly.